There's been a bit of an innovation. We've got new microphones and it is necessary for you to push where it says push if you wish to speak. So I'm sure you're all au fait with that. Councillors, first of all, welcome. This is the August meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council in 2021 and this meeting is open to the public and will be live streamed. So we welcome those who are in fact watching. Can I also welcome those in the gallery today, and of course we have a couple of special people who will be presenting to us. We have Shirley Ann Gardner, the Executive Director of Toowoomba Hospital. She'll be presenting as item 7, and also Russ Ezzy, who's the Chair of Sustainable Yarraman Committee, and I've spoken to Russ before. He certainly has a strong passion for his community and you'll be hearing from him. Can I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today? The Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, the Jarrawa and the Bigambul peoples. And can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Obviously, councillors, there's no apologies. Is there anybody requiring leave of absence? Councillor Carl?
Sorry, no, Mayor. There's no, to my knowledge, there's no formal meetings at that.
Oh, okay, during that 2 week.
Yeah.
Councillor Carl has indicated to me he's going to take a couple of weeks rest and recuperation, and I thought it might have included some meetings at that point in time. Councillor Carl, my apologies. Anybody else wishing to be granted leave of absence at any time in the future? If not, we'll move then to the declarations. Councillor McDonald, in respect to item 8.5, Finance and Business Strategy.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I do have a couple of declarations, of which one was done last week and one is from this morning as a result of some feedback from a colleague, and I thank them for this feedback and sought information from the State Department of Local Government in regard to it, and it is in regard to item number 8.5 in fact. Item number 6, which is the confidential reappointment of the chairman on the board of the Empire Theatre. I'll read the information and then I could add some context to that as a direct result of conversation with the department. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because the committee's recommendation is to reappoint Andrew Violent to the position of chairperson of the board of Empire Theatres Pty Ltd. Mr Violent is a close personal friend which stemmed some 20 years ago from business dealings. Mr Violent, as a friend, volunteered to authorise some election material in 2012 and 2016 local government elections. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must determine, pursuant to sections 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. And just by way of context, councillors, and why I saw no need for that declaration, in fact had declared a business interest prior, however this is a personal friend interest, is simply because of the context of the motion that was before us, that being that Mr Violent's been on the Empire board since 2007, and as per the Constitution, the Council receives a recommendation from the board of the Empire as to their nomination or preferred person to be chair. Council then has the opportunity to accept or refuse the recommendation. I acknowledge Councillor Mr Taylor, who last week, in fact, explained the process, having a personal experience in regard to the rigorous and confidential process the Empire Board go through to recommend a chair for council to consider. And given the nature of that decision, I have nothing to materially gain or lose by participating in voting on the matter, despite the outcome. I believe my knowledge of the roles and responsibilities of the position of Chair of the Empire Theatre might help make the best decision in the public interest. That's the information gathered and...
Are there any
brought
questions
today.
for Councillor McDonald? No questions for Councillor McDonald? Quite frankly, I'm quite happy to move that he stay in the room if someone wishes to second that. Councillor Shine. Any comments around the room? And my view is that he does not have a declarable interest, and if we were to go into this space, I think you'd find anyone that been friends for 20 years in the way that Andrew and Jeff have been friends would be at risk in terms of declared interest. And I think it's a clear indication that some of this stuff may well have gone a little bit too far, but that's a personal view. Anyone wishing to make any comments? If not, those in favour of the motion? Carried. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mayor. The second is a declarable conflict of interest in regarding item 886, Economic Development Committee, 11th of August, and the item number 4 is amendments to 2.50 Temporary Toowoomba CBD Development Incentives Policy, and that I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 at the Economic Development Committee meeting on the 11th of August 2021. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will pull that item and leave the room and stay away from the meeting while that is being discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Some advice from our legal representative up the back that for the last one concerning the personal friendship, we may have liked to alliterate on reasons a little more for our decision from a legal perspective.
That decision in respect to Councillor McDonald?
Yes, we just might need to put some reasons in the motion.
Is this the one in respect to the Economic Development Report?
In regards to the board of the Empire Theatre, Chairman.
Righto, we'd moved on from there, but that's okay.
Yeah, no, the advice is that we go back and put some reasons to why we made that decision.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy if councillors would oblige. Just those last two that I was given information from the department may well be worthy of consideration. Given the nature of this decision, Councillor McDonald has nothing to be materially gained or lost by participating in voting on the matter despite the outcome. And Councillor McDonald believes his knowledge of the roles and responsibility of the position of Chair of the Empire Theatre might help make the best decision in the public interest. That's
happy with
advice
those
from the
two
department.
comments in regard to that matter? Okay. Okay. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. So number 3 and number 4 before you are the reasons. Are you comfortable with that? Anyone wishing to make comments, agree, disagree? The motion has gone through, and I think this is a matter that I probably should have tidied up before we got this far. So if you're comfortable, that's where we are. So Councillor McDonald, as far as the Economic Development Committee, you've just explained that and you've given your reasons and you will leave the room.
That's right.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. Kirsten, if we can just leave that up there, my computer has just decided to die on me. So can I just read that? I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 of the Economic Development Committee meeting of the 11th of August 2021 and of Council decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting of the matter. The relevant circumstances have not changed and I wish to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
This matter has been decided by council, but if there's anyone who wants to make a comment now, now's your time. Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa.
Just a question, if I...
Yes, Councillor Nancy.
And I didn't notice in the previous one either, but don't we normally put in what the declarable interest is? I don't know whether it was in the previous ones or not, but it's not in that one. And I do know previously when I've had them, we've had to outline...
Okay. So, do you want to go back and go through it all again, Councillor McDonald's a lot, or...?
I don't know. I don't recall what the others were, but I'm just saying that we normally have the reason what the declarable conflict of
Yes.
interest is in them, that's all.
I'll ask the CEO to make a comment, please.
Councillors, the recommendation there, or actually the reference there, talks about a previous consideration of council, and it was minuted at that particular time, so the relevant circumstances are there on record. However, if council wants to refresh quickly, there'd be nothing to stop the other councillor providing that information.
Yeah, no, it's reflected in the committee meetings, that's what you're saying, isn't it? Yeah, thank you, no worries.
Thank you. So that concludes that area. We'll move to item 3, which is the confirmation of the minutes. Item 3.1, the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 20th of July 2021. Do have someone prepared to move that they were a true and proper record? Councillor Summerfield, and seconder please, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 3.2, the special meeting of council on the 21st of July. Councillor McMahon and myself were absent. Someone like to move that? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Summerfield have moved that. Any questions? Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 3.3, which is a special meeting of council held on the 28th of July, at which all councillors were present. Someone like to move that be a true and proper record, please? Councillor Carroll Taylor, Councillor James O'Shea. Any comments? Those in favour? Motion's carried. We move then to item 4, which is business arising out of the minutes. Is there any matters there that anyone wishes to bring up right now, given that we'll be covering a fairly broad range of subjects, that some of which could have been associated with the previous minutes? Anybody wishing to bring anything forward from the minutes? Okay. We'll move then to item 5, which is the presentation of petitions, and to be tabled. First of all, a petition from Councillor Melissa Taylor regarding the maintenance to gutters and driveways in the factory streets in Pittsworth. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. The petition received from residents of Factory Street, Pittsworth, contains 14 signatures and requests the maintenance to the gutters and driveways of that street. I move that this petition be accepted by council.
We have a seconder for that. Councillor McMahon. Any comments around the room? Those in favour? If you could bring that petition down, thanks. Councillor Melissa. He's the man. Councillor Carol Taylor, you've got a petition requesting the construction of the Cambodia Bypass Road. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do. The petition is from Friends of Felton, and it's quite a lengthy petition. The petition requests that Toowoomba Regional Council immediately enter into negotiations with Queensland Main Roads to bring fruition to the Cambodia Bypass project as outlined in these notes. The petition has 10 signatories. Just a bit of context to it, Toowoomba Regional Council over 3 financial years constructed the Western Toowoomba-Cambodia Road, which was on Cambodia Shires and John Darian Shires books for some 30 years, to a seal standard. And the reason for the upgrade, one of the main reasons for the upgrade, was the low access railway bridge which stopped the heavies from using the state-controlled Toowoomba-Carrara Road. So there is access there, it's albeit on Council's Road. So what Mr Wan is asking for through this is that Transport Main Roads virtually talked to Toowoomba Regional Council about using that road and continuing in a straight line over to join the Toowoomba Carrara as it comes out on the western side of town. I move that this petition be accepted. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for the acceptance of that petition, please? Councillor James O'Shea. Any comments? Those in favour? Thanks, Councillor Carroll. The final petition, ladies and gentlemen, is from Councillor O'Hara Sullivan in respect to housing being a human right in Toowoomba. Councillor O'Hara.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So the petition here received 17,500 signatures and requests council to collaborate to establish a tiny home villages throughout the Toowoomba region. Amendments to local development planning schemes, in addition to amendments to state and federal legislation, would allow emergency housing villages facilities to be established and managed. The goal of emergency housing villages is to prevent, reduce and eliminate poverty, hunger and homelessness by offering immediate assistance and transitional and long-term solutions. I move that this petition be accepted.
Councillor Megan O'Hara has moved that. Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff has seconded. Any comments? Those in favour? It's carried. Wow. Councillors, we move down to item 6, and that's business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. Can I go to item 6.1, which is council support for the NRL fixtures in round 22 with a game coming to Toowoomba this coming weekend at 2 o'clock at the Berghofer Stadium. Can I, at the outset, just thank our local newspaper, the Toowoomba Chronicle, for running a constant campaign to get this to happen here, despite some fairly difficult circumstances, and I can thank also my colleague Councillor McDonald for being involved in much of the negotiations that have proven to be very different in finality to where it all began. And I thank the NRL for their commitment to Toowoomba, and I think this is something that could bring an enormous amount of economic development to Toowoomba. The other thing that I guess that I have in mind in these negotiations is to try to get a yearly NRL game to Toowoomba, and that's not only going to be of economic benefit, but of course we know the social effect of major sporting events in our community. I thank our staff, Brian and the team, the general managers who worked through this, and the suggested support that's being requested is up to $20,000 in traffic management and up to $1,500 in waste management. And I understand from discussions that I've had that quite a bit of this will be in kind. So the recommendation is before you, and I just want to thank those who've worked hard, and I'd have to also include the commitment of the National Rugby League and the people that we've been speaking to bring a game to Toowoomba, and Toowoomba, of course, which has an incredible history when it comes to rugby league. Councillor McMahon.
Chair, I just wanted to commend yourself and those involved on this effort. I think it's tremendous for us when we can watch footy on the hill here, and I know originally there was about $250,000 that we were going to be putting towards it, and I understand that was said no, and I think that this is a much more reasonable outcome, and I very much welcome it. At the appropriate time, I'd be happy to move the motion. Thank you.
Any other comments around the room? Councillor O'Hara Sullivan.
Well, thanks, Mr Mayor. I think this is a welcome addition to what's been happening here, but I suppose I'd just like to acknowledge the people in the community who feel worried about the COVID times that we live in, and note in the report that it is with the endorsement of Queensland Health that the game is coming here, and that these people have been in a bubble and they won't be within the community. So I suppose, acknowledging that people are worried about that, but, that there is all the safety measures around the game.
Yes, I'm very comfortable with the work that's been done by Queensland Health in respect to this and Darling Downs Health, and I'm been assured that these people who've been living in a bubble, they've been living in a bubble, and that's where they are. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I have mixed concerns about this as well. I think it's exciting for our region to be able to get a game like this. I just wish it was in different times. I feel for the people out there that are concerned about the, excuse me, about the potential impact on health. At the same time, I struggle with the fact that we're continually locked up. At some stage or another, we're going to have to face this virus full on at some stage because we can't keep living this way. But I also acknowledge that some of the local clubs have expressed disappointment or being disgruntled with the decision without consultation with them. But I also acknowledge it's all been done very quickly to try and lock it in. So, yeah, I have mixed feelings about it.
So there's some of the local clubs, did you say, are disappointed? That's interesting.
Yes, I think it's in the paper.
Found that quite interesting. Yep, okay. Any other comments around the room? Yes. Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, I have to get used to the new microphone setup. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I endorsed everyone's comments here, but I think that the economic benefit and the actual, you mention our proud rugby league history. It's not just for Toowoomba, it's actually from Gundawindi, Roma, further out west, and I'm hopeful that we will draw crowds from out there for this game. I agree with all the concerns about the health, but I'm sure they're covered, and Darling Downs Health and Queensland Health would have that under control. So I think thank you to everyone who's pushed for this. Shame it's not a Queensland team, but that can't be helped. We all enjoy the game of rugby league, so well done to the Chronicle, well done to yourself, and to rugby league on the Darling Downs. So thank you. I'm happy to support it.
Any other comments around the room? Councillor Shine and then Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Could I commend you and Councillor McDonald for the efforts that you've made, along with the Chronicle, etc., for the granting of this game. I know a lot of work went into it, and I welcome it on the basis that hopefully it is the precursor for our success in gaining a decent stadium for Toowoomba. My preference is at that venue being historic, being the original game, being the original venue for the headquarters of cricket in Toowoomba. Great shame that it's no longer that, but nevertheless, I commend you again for the efforts that you've made.
I think you displayed a little bit of bias there, Councillor Shine. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Probably endorsed most of the comments that have already been made. I just have a question. So the commitment from council is 21,500. You mentioned before part of that is in kind. So do we know the actual breakdown of that, of what we are providing? Is it in terms of kind, financial?
The best one to explain that, and someone who's been right beside us on the journey, is Brian, the CEO.
My understanding is there will be us doing the actual planning to actually plan for the traffic management, so there's a fair bit of professional expertise involved in that. There'll be components where we actually have to pay for some of the road traffic controllers to actually control some of those roads, and then there's the waste removal costs or charges in relation to the event, which we'd have to pay that. So that's basically the breakdown. I haven't got the exact proportion of those, but we will pay those. It won't be money given to the NRL to run through their books. It'll be done through ours.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Thanks for the comments from you and other councillors. Look, just Councillor Summerfield's comment about we hope this would be in a different time when this game here. I think we all do that, and I'm hopeful, picking up on what Councillor Shine said, that this relationship that's been built over the last 6 weeks will go a long way towards that. And I guess that's what this motion is about here today, is to actually say that, that our region is prepared to do our little bit, and I have to say it is a little bit compared to what it may well have been or what would normally be in a normal fixture round for the NRL. So this will be quite different. The gates won't open until around an hour before the game. There is only one game, and the gates will be shut an hour after that. So it is different. But as Councillor McMahon has rightly said, and Councillor Carol Taylor, this gives locals an opportunity to. Do you want to just turn your microphone off there, Mr. Mayor? Might just give locals an opportunity, not just here, but as Councillor Carroll says, out to our west, to come in and witness the game. But I certainly, in my mind, and I'm sure it's in everyone's mind, there is an end game involved here, and that's the 2032 Olympics, where we need to be able to demonstrate that the oval that we have may be adequate for a small crowd, but if we're serious about getting some leverage of being part of the South East Queensland bid for the Olympics, then we need to actually step up a little bit as well. And I would say this is a little bit of an opportunity for us to build a relationship, showcase, and I have to say the state government are particularly keen to make sure that the event goes smoothly. Queensland Health are the same, and obviously the NRL are the same. So to me, personally, there's an end game involved here, and this is part of that end game. The relationship building over the last 6 weeks or so, certainly this goes a long way to reinforcing those discussions. So hearing Councillor McMahon's happy to move the motion, I'm happy to be involved as a second, or certainly will vote for the matter. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Any other comments around the room? If not, Councillor McMahon, you're happy to move the motion. You've indicated that. Councillor McDonald, you're happy to second that?
I'm happy to second it.
Any discussion? Those in favour? Motion's carried. Councillors, we move then to item 6.2, which will be dealt with in confidential. Do we need a motion that be deferred until we move into confidential? That relates to the appointment of the Chairman of the Board of Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise Pty Limited. Would someone like to move that be deferred? Councillor Melissa Taylor has moved. Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded that be deferred until the confidential session later today. Are those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen and councillors, we now move to item 7, which is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. And I think today we have a couple of very special people who'll be presenting to us. The first is Shirley Ann Gardner, the Executive Director of Toowoomba Hospitals, Darling Downs Health Group. And she's done some wonderful work in this community, bringing people together to improve their lives in Toowoomba, and particularly the most vulnerable communities. With the Vulnerable Community Network, I think it's fair to say, Shirley Ann, you got that going. It was your idea, and it made a tremendous contribution in the early days. So, Shirley Ann, if you wish to come down now to the lectern, great to have you.
Thank you very much. So it's great to be here today, and I'll just check I've got this working correctly. Maybe I'll get you to forward, please. Before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which we're meeting and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the hopes, dreams and customs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, the oldest living culture in the world, showing over 65,000 years of resilience. Before I start, I'm going to cover 5 sort of basic topics, but I thought I'd give a bit of background about me and how I ended up in Toowoomba. I came for an interview for a job at Medicare Local, which is now closed and become a PHN, many years ago, 7.5 years ago, and I came during the Flower Festival, and that was what got me, how beautiful the place was. But also the USQ Japanese Gardens. I lived in Japan for 3 years, and at the top there's a picture of my daughter was born there in 2001, and we went back in 2016, so there's a photo of her when she was a little bit older. So I have this affinity with Japan, and I see it's a sister city of Toowoomba, so I was tick. And then the other sister city I know you've got 3, but the other one that for me was Whanganui. Whanganui is very close to where I grew up in Fielding and Palmerston North where I went to university. So again, it was like a tick. It was meant to be because they're places that really resonate with me. I've been running Toowoomba Hospital, but I'm actually not clinical. I'm a social anthropologist by profession. And that's the study of cultures and communities, which is my passion, the social determinants of health. So I'm going to talk first about my role at Toowoomba. So I've been responsible for Toowoomba Hospital since 2016. And you may not realise, I also chair the Chief Operating Officer Forum for the state. So there are 17 hospital and health services in Queensland, and each has a Chief Operating Officer, so I'm it for Darling Downs. And so I chair this group of the leaders within the state, which means there's a great amount of information sharing, and it's really good for this community as well to put a map on Toowoomba in such a big area that also has metros and things like that. As part of my COO role, I'm also on the Care of the Dying pathway, so the Care of End of Life Collaborative. And one of the things I'm passionate about, diversity and inclusion, I'm also on the statewide diversity and inclusion network. And then I'll just move on to the next one. So just to give you a bit of background about Toowoomba Hospital, on an average day, 6 babies are born. We have 168 people discharged from the hospital, so we've got 300 beds. So every day over half of our hospital is discharged and then it's filled back up again. 171 people come through our emergency department and 69 of those by ambulance. And so we're incredibly busy, but I think the biggest thing is that we spend almost $1 million a day running the place. So it's quite big. So my passion, the social determinants of health. Many of you may have heard me talk before. I'm very passionate about this topic, and every chance I get, I talk about it. But I love this quote by Frederick Douglass, who said, "It's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men." And a lot of the work I do is about domestic violence and homelessness, and a lot of this is brought about by these social determinants of your health. Only 20% of your health is actually related to access to healthcare. So how healthy you are is actually determined by many other things. And on the next slide, your zip code is a stronger predictor of your health than your genetic code. So where you live will dictate how well you are and how long you live. And we can see that research shows that just by living a few miles away, you can have significant differences in life expectancy. So when we look at a place like Cherbourg, that's in our Darling Downs community, their life expectancy is 22 years less than those not in Cherbourg. Those that do manage to get from the low income ladder up, it's 70% of people born at the bottom will remain there. It's because you don't know what you don't know. And that's why I try and educate people about empathy, but also ways that people can be encouraged to get out. And on the next slide, it shows if those that do make it to the middle rung, they are college graduates. So again, you've got to have gone to a school, get a good grade, and that's often hard if you're born into poverty. 2-income family, you're white and you do not experience unemployment. So for a lot of our community, that isn't the cohort we deal with, which is why I'm passionate about the vulnerable. So at the start of COVID, I set up a vulnerable communities group, and this is a logo I just made up, but it's made up of the people, the faces of the people on the group. And if we go to the next slide. So I love quotes, and these are the 3 quotes that resonated with me when we were talking about COVID. The first one's by Florence Nightingale, who said, "How little can be achieved in a spirit of fear." And what I found was when COVID first started, everyone was so fearful about this unknown pandemic that actually no one was getting anywhere doing anything because everyone was terrified of what this could mean. Originally, the Chief Health Officer said 1 in 4 people were going to be infected and we were going to have to triple the size of our ICU and our emergency department to cope. So there was a lot of panic. Which is where the second quote, which is the one that I tried to follow, leadership is your ability to hide your fear from others, your panic from others. And as leaders, I always think of the pilot in the plane who, when the plane's going down, they still remain calm and say, "It's okay, put on your life vest. we're going to get in this together. That was how I felt we had to be as a community. And the last one, reality leaves a lot to the imagination. I've already seen in this last wave of fear where people are saying Toowoomba Hospital's got a whole heap of people with COVID in it and we don't have anyone. But people make up their own truth when they don't have the known facts. So that's why it's really important to be the source of truth. And at one point we had 25 active cases in Toowoomba, which is why people started calling me with the same questions. So I thought, actually, why don't I get everyone together in the room and tell them once and tell them the right stuff and be open and transparent. And so I ended up creating FOMO. I don't know if you guys know that term, but the fear of missing out. We started off with 9 community groups and we ended up with 44 very quickly. And at the height of the pandemic, a lot of them were coming online for this. We had 3 times a week meetings, then weekly, then now we still continue fortnightly. And it's really morphed now into a community support sort of group where we talk about things that people have on and share information so that we're not alone. Sorry, the next one. So just to give you a breakdown of the different members of the Vulnerable Communities Group, 36% are like charity groups. And we have 14% of faith groups and community centres. Government agencies make up 17%. We have a lot of mental health providers have come along because COVID has created quite major issues with mental wellbeing. And we have some local government and the Premier and Cabinet Department have a rep, and we have the council there as well. So from the Vulnerable Communities Group came daily updates. I still do try and do those daily. It's been 18 months and people seem to rely on those, although I have to say I get more feedback about my daily quote that I add to it than I do the actual stats on COVID. And then I send out an achievements to date. And as a result of this group, I've employed a clinical nurse consultant, Vulnerable Communities, to link the hospital with the Vulnerable Community Group members so that when someone's vulnerable and they leave hospital, we know the connections and who to look after them when they're in the community so they don't fall through the gaps. So this is an example of the social determinants of health. So these are sort of like all the social factors such as housing, unemployment. And if we click on the next one, it shows how the members are spread across the social determinants. And that's the way we can create change and make people's health and wellbeing much better, because we don't just focus on one aspect. It's about everything that affects people. So if you're homeless and you're involved in DV, you're probably going to find that you have your poor health literacy, maybe a hard time getting employment and staying there, especially if you've got children. So we cover everything, which I'm really proud of. When I got the Australia Day Award, I quoted Margaret Mead, who's also a social anthropologist, and she said, "Never doubt that a small group of committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that has." And I truly believe that we make the difference by what we can do for our community, and don't allow to sit back and watch other people do stuff. Do it yourself. So I'm on 4 boards. I was on 5, but I gave up Protea Place, which was a great community group, but I'm spreading myself a bit too thin. So in order of probably the most important, I think, Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships, I'm on that with Jeff McDonald as the chair, and I chair the Obesity Prevention Focus Group, which I'll talk about shortly. I'm also on the board of Sunrise Way, Drug and Alcohol Rehabilitation Centre, and again, tying into the social determinants. I'm a board member of Gulbury Aboriginal Health Advancement as a non-Indigenous board member, and Toowoomba Together with James, which is reducing gender-based violence. So to start with the Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships, I just absolutely love this group, and I think this is the key thing of what makes it work so well, is that getting people together. And many years ago now, we put out a community survey, and we did a social determinants of health section in it, which identified the key areas of the social determinants we should focus on, and we came up with 5. They were drug and alcohol, violence and crime, homelessness, obesity prevention, and emerging issues, which Jeff is responsible for. So of that, I'm responsible for the obesity prevention group, And again, if you actually look at people that are obese, and we have 71,000 obese adults in the Darling Downs, a lot of the reason they're obese is not because they don't do physical activity. A lot of it's because of the social determinants. Many of them have been traumatised in youth. Many have been sexually abused or have some trauma in their life, and their trigger is to eat to stop those triggers. And so this group meet monthly, and we look at the latest evidence-based information or projects going, and I think we're starting to get real traction here, particularly on the next slide are the this is again the links to the social determinants of health and how all of these members are spread across, because like I said, obesity isn't actually about health, it's about all these other things. These are the three projects that we're working on. One is Healthy Town Citizen Science Project. Dr. Tracy Kobe-Alexander is a professor at USQ, and she's leading this, and it's where you get an app, and we're working with Stanford University to find out what are the barriers to physical activity and healthy eating. And then we've got the Working on Wellness project that we're going to trial in Oki, and I think this is going to be a real game changer once that gets off the ground. And again, that's partnering with South Africa because they've done Working on Wellness very well. And then we're all leaders in the obesity pandemic fight for that. So that's the other thing we're focused on. The other thing I'm part of is this Toowoomba Together, and there's, again, 5 pillars to do with that. I chair the health pillar, which is, again, the fact that DV, domestic and family violence, actually impacts on people's lives. There are around 12 conditions that are made worse if you're involved in domestic and family violence, including early pregnancy loss, anxiety and depression. And again, the members of this group, again, different members, but again, community people with like-minded passion to make a difference and reduce gender-based violence. And across the social determinants, these are the groups that they represent. There's some differences in this. We've got the LGBTQ+ represented in our group because domestic violence impacts on this cohort of the population. And to end some of the highlights of my life, standing there with our great mayor at in January to get the Citizen of the Year award. And there I am with my children. I had to take this from a couple of years ago because my oldest daughter doesn't live, she's on a scholarship in Canada and can't get home. So that's the last sort of family photo we had. And my son looks very tiny there, but he's actually got a flaming red-haired mullet. And you'd recognise him anywhere now, but that's when he looked cute and didn't quite look like a bit of a naughty boy. And a quote that I like, which sums up how I feel about being proud to lead the largest hospital in the region is, "Here's to the strong women, may you know them, may you be them, may you raise them." And another quote, "Make today so awesome, yesterday gets jealous." So thank you very much.
Any questions for Shirley-Ann? Councillor Summerfield and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, and Shirley-Ann, it's great to have you here, and I always enjoy your presentations. I always remember the one out the back here of the homeless, and you had the boards up, and they're very good. So thank you, and thank you for all that you do for health in our region. You mentioned 171 people in emergency per day. We've got Jaffas here rolling down, just like you have in the cinema. 171 in emergency per day. I'm just wondering how the facility is handling that, whether it's managing it, whether you need extra resources. You know, we're hearing about ambulance ramping becoming quite prevalent, and that they're even being deferred to here because they can't accept them in other hospitals. I'm just wondering how our hospital is managing it and what that would look like if there was a bit of a COVID outbreak here. Thankfully, at this stage, we haven't had that.
Great question. So yesterday we had 204 patients through our emergency department because the southeast corner was at capacity. So all our big metro hospital EDs were over capacity and Westmoreton were. So we load share with Westmoreton, so we had extra crews of ambulances coming up from Westmoreton. So 204, the average is the 171, but we see, I think the most we've seen is 215. That's a lot because we only have 29 treatment spaces. So that's why with ambulance ramping, it's also very difficult because the state have a push for ambulances to be offloaded within 30 minutes. So if you come by ambulance, the patient is off their trolley onto a hospital bed within 30 minutes. We have 69 ambulances a day, so catering for them as well as the people in the waiting room makes it really, really hard. And the team at Toowoomba's ED are just phenomenal, the way they do things. We are looking at an ED expansion of an extra 20 spaces because we can't cope. It's the delays in time that leads to when those 29 spaces are taken up and then having to wait to try and get our urgent cases. About a month ago, the paper reported we had the worst times in the state, which wasn't actually true. And that's really disheartening when you're in the thick of it and you just want to do a good job. But what we have to then do is prioritise those that are the least sick. So if someone comes in with a broken leg, but we know you're not going to die, you may have to wait longer than someone who's life-threatening. And 100% of people who are life-threatening or urgent get seen within the recommended times. So we make sure those that really need to be seen get seen. The great thing about the pandemic this year compared to last year we tripled the size of our emergency department capacity by putting tents out the front if we needed them and negative pressure rooms. But the state have acknowledged that Toowoomba Hospital itself is very old. It's over 100 years old in places, and it wouldn't cope with many positive COVID cases. So if someone is COVID positive now, instead of us putting them in Toowoomba Hospital, they'll be taken straight to Brisbane, to one of the other Brisbane hospitals, to be in a special COVID ward. So I think that's really good for Toowoomba Hospital because we're full every day anyway. We don't have to create a separate COVID ward that we did last year. We can use our current wards for what we need it for, which is our sick community patients that don't have COVID.
Could I just do a follow-up on that one, please? So, Shirley-Anne, you mentioned the 20 extra spaces. Has that funding been approved for that? And no.
No. So what we're doing is doing schematic design at the moment to work out how we could put a demountable at the front of our emergency department that goes down where the bus used to go, so that we could at least expand until the new hospital, and then which is 7 to 10 years away, but it gives us enough capacity that we can handle these 204 days that we're having.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shirley-Anne. I really enjoy your presentation too. This is something that I've spoken to you about before. So we talk about the social determinants of health and poor health literacy, and that people who don't have an education about what's good or they go for food that is convenient, like fast food. So as Chair of Planning, I keep bringing up with planning about making planning decisions where we're serious about the health of our community. So not allowing a proliferation of fast food places all together in one place, like I understand they do in London, and I keep getting told that we're not the competition police. Can you make a comment on that, on planning decisions that you can make for the health of your community?
One thing the research does show, and I've got a graph when I talk about the lifestyle factors that influence your social determinants, is build it and they will come. And there's a graph showing the number of tens of thousands of transactions and the number of fast food outlets. And there's a correlating line. So the more we build, the more people will go because it's cheap and it's convenient. And a lot of people don't have the skills to cook a home-cooked meal anymore. And so a lot of people do choose convenience food. And I think it's important that the education has to start with kids. And this is the problem because if you do build things together, I'm not an expert in building and planning of restaurants or things like that, but we do see the correlation between building a fast food outlet and people going there. And we do know that in the more deprived areas of the community, that's where more are built. And there are many more bottle shops, fast food outlets, and other unhealthy lifestyle places in poorer areas. So, and that's just a fact in the world. So all I can say is I think we need to be very careful about, because with literacy and health literacy and understanding what's good for you and bad, that doesn't change overnight. And it's about, so it's going to be generational change, which is the problem. And in the meantime, more people are turning towards these cheaper options, but not realising the poor health benefits. So I'm not an expert on that, but I would just say I think the issue is the more we build of these, the worse our health outcomes will be. But there's no easy solution because it comes down to education and understanding what healthy food and what isn't healthy food is. And I often give the example of Subway. People think Subway's a healthy food place, and it's not. The sources on that can be more worse for you than a KFC Zinger burger. So I think the difficulty is that as well. You can disguise a junk food place by giving it a different name.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just if I follow up, I mean, I suppose people say, oh, people have a choice. They don't have to go in there if they don't. But that's exactly what you're saying, is it's the convenience and it's that lower health literacy.
And you don't know what you don't know.
Okay, because of time pressures, Councillor Shine, then Councillor Von Hoff, and then we'll have to wind the session up. You want one too? Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Shirley Ann. I endorse the comments of the councillors about you and the work you do. I was interested in your comment, if I heard it correctly, that the COVID cases, if they come about again, will be transferred to Brisbane, and how that would have impacted on the proposed quarantine hub if it went ahead at Wellcam. Would those, in the future, would it be reasonable to assume that those patients, if any, would be transferred to Brisbane too? And do you have knowledge of what the impact on Darwin has been with Howard Springs quarantine hub, on that hospital up there?
To answer your last question first, I'm not sure of the impacts on Darwin. I do think that the best thing for Toowoomba is to stay not a COVID hospital. One, the community is panicked as it is, and we have very, very old infrastructure. So our negative pressure rooms that the large metros have all over the place, we've had to build those through the pandemic last year. So we can't take multiple cases anyway. And as we've seen in PA Hospital, it's very easy to spread. And so if we did have something at Wellcamp, we would be suggesting, I would say, that we would send them straight to Brisbane. Brisbane have 100 beds that are COVID designated beds. We are not wanting to be a COVID hospital. We are full already, and it would put at risk our most vulnerable people who are really sick if they caught it. Yeah, these are already people, many are dying in hospital. We don't want to have COVID cases.
Thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Shirley Ann, I love your work because apart from the outcomes, you do it your way, and it's a wonderful thing to see. You and I both know that the obesity issue has real outcomes in terms of health outcomes and cost for orthopaedic surgeries, for anaesthetics in operating theatres, so I commend that work. 2 quick questions. You say we're full. I keep hearing this number, capacity is at 127%. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's great to have a definitive number from you. And secondly, when we're talking about expanding the emergency room with this demountable, don't we already have a demountable extra theatre that was added? So is that correct?
That is correct, but the demountable theatre is for our elective and emergency theatre, which is different to our emergency department. So our theatre capacity is fine. Actually, we're short on staff, which is why we can't do more elective and emergency surgeries. But the emergency department is completely different to the demountable theatre. Yes, we've actually got 2 demountables already. One's a demountable admission discharge transfer ward, which is 10 beds, and then we've got our demountable theatre.
Demountables are a pretty compelling case for a new hospital immediately.
That's the whole point, yeah.
Councillor McDonald, final question.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Probably comment first. Thank you very much, Shirley Ann. If some way you do a research on how your brain operates, it would be amazing, because we need to replicate it across a lot of people. It's just incredible. But thank you very much for all that you're doing. You are the current Toowoomba Citizen of the Year. Nominations close on the 31st of October for next year. You come across an enormous amount of people that do great work in the community. Could there be a message from you perhaps to people to nominate others for that honour? I see it's one of your highlights, to be the Toowoomba Citizen of the Year.
Yeah, for sure, and I already know a ton that I think would be so much better than I could ever be. So we've got great community members, and yeah, I can already think of quite a few that are outstanding.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Shirley Ann, and I think we all hold you in very high respect. It's good to know that you come from our sister city area in New Zealand. That's a wonderful coincidence. But thanks very much for what you and others have done for this community, and we really appreciate it. And I guess we look forward to working with you in the future, because we do need that new hospital. The figures that you quoted for Councillor Von Hoff, 127% capacity, that, for want of a better word, that's quite unhealthy, really. And I know, in speaking to the private hospitals at that time, when there was a discussion very early about the quarantine set up at Wellcamp Airport, both those private hospitals were running at similar figures. So that means, of course, that we are a health capital, a classical regional capital, but we need that investment desperately. So thanks very much. Right, item 7.2, of course, is we've got Russ Ezzy, who's come down from Yarraman, the Yarraman Business Group, which he chairs, and they have a sustainable Yarraman committee. And Russ has been in my office talking about aged care in his community, and I've had a little bit of experience in that one, given that my hometown of Millmerran has a very successful retirement village now. But at its very conception, there were people who were just so opposed, they didn't want it. Well, now it's a major economic driver. It's employing very close to 70 people in that town. Russ's vision is very similar. And over to you, Russ.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for giving me this opportunity to talk to you today. I really do appreciate it. It's not often Yarraman gets to have a say in council, but here we go. I'm going to tell you not just what we want, but I'm going to try to give you an idea of why we want it. You'll have to forgive me if I ramble a little. First, a little background on myself. I've got experience in large remote cattle station management, business management, project management. 2003, the HIA awarded me the National Professional of the Year prize. Those of you who were around at the time may remember I was guest speaker at the Queensland Local Government Conference hosted by the Urban Development Institute. After retirement, I was instrumental in starting up the Yarraman Junction monthly magazine, the very successful Yarraman Men's Shed. I've been Secretary and Treasurer of the Men's Shed, Treasurer of the Yarraman Progress Association. I've started a new website for the Progress Association. Most importantly today, I am the instigator and team leader of the Sustainable Yarraman Subcommittee of the Yarraman Business Group. That's enough about me. Let's talk about Yarraman. Now, I'm not too sure how well you people are acquainted with Yarraman. I imagine you know quite a lot of the stuff I'm going to cover here anyway, but I want to make a point of just saying these things. One of the first and best lessons I learnt when I first started studying management over half a century ago is to fail to plan is to plan to fail. or as I like to phrase it now, a myth for tomorrow is crucial. I say a myth because it can be as much dreaming as hard practicalities, but it must be a viable, exciting vision for the future of Yarraman. So TRC management has definite goals, and the community has something to look forward to and want to participate in. Sociology textbooks tell us that the strongest predictor for unsustainable community development is a perceived lack of vision for future community directions. I'm going to repeat that because that's what this address all hangs on. This is what Yarraman is lacking. The strongest predictor for unsustainable community development is a perceived lack of vision for future community directions. That's straight out of the textbooks. Yarraman used to be a timber town with 100 dairies and a pig abattoir. The dairies and the piggery have disappeared. The sawmill is shut down. The rainfalls dramatically decreased with statistically demonstrable downward trend from the mid-90s. There is no vision for the future direction. There is none. It's just a vague hope that everything will be all right, or in many cases, no hope at all. So we must begin to create a new vision with well thought out, logical and achievable first steps, but we must dare to dream and dream big. You never know what you can achieve until you try. Nothing can be more important for Yarraman than having a plan for its future. I believe that's true for every small, struggling community, not only in Toowoomba region, but all of rural Australia. Now, in formulating this plan, TRC, the leaders of Yarraman, face not only the general and widespread problem of a diminishing number of community volunteers, everybody's got that problem, but also the fact that Yarraman is a one-off, one of a kind. I and many other well-travelled and experienced community leaders have been completely astounded by the absolute refusal of the general population in Yarraman to engage in community affairs. None of us have ever struck anything like it. And after 5 years of observing Yarraman, I attribute this problem to its peculiar demographics. At the last census of the village population, 35.5% were over 65 years of age, compared to 15.2% for Queensland overall. The official unemployment figure was 13.9% compared to the Queensland average of 6.9%. So that's double the unemployment, double the retirees. But cop this. In local school, the headmaster tells us that no less than 75% of the students come from families entirely dependent on welfare. That's an incredible figure. And I'd suggest that it's a lot more meaningful than government statistics. The dignity of labour, seldom heard phrase these days, but it does bear thinking about. It's my belief the majority of people in Yarraman do not have sufficient self-confidence to understand that their opinion is meaningful, their participation in community affairs is essential. In any case, the end result is that there's only a very small number of people who have the time, the experience, the will to work on a plan for Yarraman's future. These same statistics, however, also indicate we have the market and the labour force to support the plan I am proposing. So the work must get done, the plan must be formulated, but we are going to need a lot of external help. And that's where TRC, you people, come in. I noticed in your last meeting concern was expressed that we might be asking Council to get involved in future businesses. This is definitely not our intention. We are asking you to participate in the planning, to provide incentives for new businesses that will not involve Council in any upfront costs. Broadly speaking, the new plan must consist of two separate sections, economic and social. And of course, both must be combined with the third leg of sustainability, the environmental considerations. I have no intention of commenting on the social amenities or environmental aspects today, because that's outside the scope of the subject I was asked to discuss. And if you get me started on sustainability, I will bore you to tears, guaranteed. Back in March 2018, the Yarman Business Group formed a subcommittee charged with investigating ways and means of increasing population, employment and business opportunities in Yarman, what we came to call the Sustainable Yarman Project. I have led this committee from its inception. The underlying problem we found was that Yarman did not have sufficient population to justify business expansion. But without increased employment opportunities, the population would never grow. It's a classical catch-22 situation. You just can't win. After a lot of work, we produced the Sustainable Yarman study, and all this documentation is available, ladies and gentlemen. The CEO's personal assistant has electronic copies of it if you want to look into it. The Sustainable Yarman study concluded there is currently no real incentive for business investment. There is, however, a very real opportunity to establish an aged care facility which would provide much needed service as well as jobs. And remember, this was before the Royal Commission into Aged Care. We then produced a feasibility study which ended negatively with a marketing report we commissioned from Leading Aged Services Australia, which concluded that there's an underlying demand for aged care in the Yarman area in the future. However, the current position is there's some level of oversupply and underutilisation by the community of the places that are available now. One opportunity that does present itself due to the service type and population data is the exploration of a retirement village/seniors housing. LASA recommends this option be given further consideration for a variety of reasons, which includes supporting delivery of a residential care facility in the future, beyond 5 years. Now, the first part of that executive summary dealing with the oversupply of residential aged care is important insofar as it entirely ignores the imperative that the elderly should be enabled to spend their twilight years in close proximity to their friends, family and established support networks within their own community. People from Yarman don't want to come to Toowoomba to die. Right? They want to be in Yarman. Happily, the subsequent Royal Commission report saw fit to emphasise this factor, and the federal government has taken it on board. After many hours and days spent perusing the Commission's recommendations and the government's response, I'm quietly confident the promised new Act will facilitate the building of small residential aged care facilities in rural localities. So we won't have these big 150-bed things. We're going to have more spread out, decentralised, community aged care. And as well as greatly increased at-home care for eligible senior citizens and the handicapped. Now, the second part of the last summary suggests a retirement village type of development. That appears to be an entirely reasonable proposition. I have in my possession a letter from the Yarman RSL suggesting they have a number of members who would love to get out of their old houses into smaller, modern, more age-friendly homes. Now, these people in the RSL, they're just the tip of the iceberg in Yarman. I envisage a new purpose-built aged living precinct that would completely revitalise the Yarman community, perhaps constructed in stages of 20 units with 4 or 5 units to a cluster. The time is right for this to be a demonstration project for the aged care of the future. And this is the way aged care is going to go and retirement living is going to go. They're going to get the older people, like me, into small clusters of dwellings that are easily looked after, manageable from the health point of view, have all conveniences that aged people need, and people can live and age in these units and they won't have to move. They'll just get more and more care as they get older. That's the way of the future, and I'm sure when this new Act does come out, that's what we're going to see. We should be able to make servicing this precinct and Yarman generally an attractive business proposition for an established aged care provider. But we must begin planning well before the new Aged Care Act comes into force next June. A project of this nature would almost inevitably lead to a commercial residential aged care facility. If we can make this dream a reality, I believe it will lead to an injection of literally millions of dollars annually into the Yarraman economy in the form of wages and related services like accommodation, medical, sport, food outlets, etc. But in order to make the dream a reality, we need TRC to provide incentives for care-related or retirement-related businesses to move to Yarraman and to work with the Yarraman Business Group in promoting the concept. The concessions we're asking for at this stage are provision of land at no cost, waiving of rates for at least the first year of the business, and provision for individual rates waivers for the first year of the employees of new businesses who have to move to Yarraman. Any other incentives TRC can think of would, of course, increase our chances of luring new businesses and professionals to Yarraman. I know that at least the Mayor and Councillor O'Hara Sullivan are aware of the piece of land we are targeting. I don't know if all of you are. We put up there on the board if you like. I think there's some suggestion at your last meeting that it could be susceptible to flooding, but I can assure you that risk is very small and easily managed. In fact, could be converted into a positive. So that's not a problem. Now, councillors, even though I'm not asking you to spend any money, I realise these are not easy decisions for you to make. Indeed, you might well ask, what purpose does Yarraman serve anyway? It has no observable function. It's no longer a railhead and distribution point for fuel. It has very little primary industry to service. It does not even have a freight depot. The sawmill has shut down. We currently cannot hold a doctor in town. Blind Free can see that Tarong's days are numbered. Yarraman has no natural wonder to attract international or even local tourists. It would be all too easy to withhold your support and let natural attrition, market forces and economy of scale take their course. On the other hand, our dream and your opportunity is to begin fashioning Yarraman into a model retirement village and a jewel in the crown of the Toowoomba region. Nothing short of that. It already is basically a retirement village. And that is what I'm promoting it as on our new website. If you look at www.yarraman.org.au, you'll see I have described Yarraman as Queensland's best kept secret retirement haven. The website's still a work in progress, but I would encourage TRC to embrace that attitude in their promotion of our village. If we play to that strength, if we entice new retirees to settle in town, if we promote these incentives I'm asking for, if we actively pursue developers and established providers to construct leading-edge residences for the elderly, if we engage proactively with leading professionals in the field, if we produce a plan and work to it, we can create nothing less than a template for the next generation of the aged care industries in rural Australia. Let us not strive for mediocrity. Yarraman can be the example for the rest of Australia to aspire to. Now, if I can crave your indulgence for just a minute more, I'd like to summarise. 1, there can be no doubt we need a new plan for Yarraman. Plans should be formulated through a partnering arrangement between TRC and the Yarraman community. It should be based on the concept of sustainability. The economic section should not rely on overt council funding in any way. 3, the Yarraman Business Group has laid the groundwork for this plan with its Sustainable Yarraman project. Our findings so far suggest the best and quite possibly the only option for economic development lies in the aged care industry and retirement living. But to promote this concept, we need TRC to provide incentives for new businesses and general support for the project. And lastly, to get to the crux of it all, we are hoping Council will move to seek informal expressions of interest in consultation with the Yarraman Business Group for the establishment of commercial business on council land at Lot 3 RP 170255 and Lot 4 RP 170255, Diagonal Highway, Yarraman, with consideration to include 2 Park Drive, Yarraman, which is currently unused parkland. This invitation should include details of any and all incentives Council sees fit to provide. ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you, dream well, dream big, plan well, act urgently, and make Yarraman something to be proud of. Thank you.
If you want to look at some of the incentives council has given to similar sort of institutions in the small towns, I think we've never been found wanting when it comes to that sort of thing. And I'm quite happy to continue a conversation with you. It would require, I guess, an external operator to actually get it to happen, wouldn't it? Would that be fair? To actually, once they got the land, once you got the opportunity, it would take external funding to get it going?
Yes. Yes.
My experience, and I don't want to hold things up too much, but my experience with the Mulmerran thing, it's now been taken over by the private sector. It became, aged care now is particularly complicated, and the governance around aged care is complicated, and the community made a very clear decision that they would hand it over to a private provider. But in saying that, I hear what you say, and I guess my experience, I agree with what you're saying. There's an opportunity
you'll find,
there.
I think, Mr Mayor, the new Act is going to include provision that will make it very, very difficult for community board management of these type of organisations.
Yep.
Very difficult.
And I guess that's precisely what's happened in a number of small retirement villages, and we look at the issues there are currently in Western Downs. I know the regular conversations I have with Mayor Paul McVeigh. He's losing a bit of sleep and gaining a few grey hairs as a result of it. Councillor Rebecca, you had a question?
I have a comment, if I might be indulged, Mr Chair, and that is, through you, thank you, Russ. I'm on the board of the Clifton Health Services, and we have an aged care facility there. So I feel extremely passionately about the right that people have to spend their final years in the communities where they've probably spent maybe 80 or 90 years of their lives. And I think that that is something that we as Queenslanders and as Australians really need to think about. The Mayor is right, the aged care sector is a very difficult sector. But it is something that people are aware of. And today, as we sit here, Senator James McGrath is at Pittsworth talking exactly about this particular issue. So it is something that is being raised in the level of awareness and the importance of it.
Any other questions for Ross? Councillor Carl?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Russ, I was in Yarraman with councillor visitation the other week, and a bit of feedback that I got, and I guess it's a question to you. Thoughts or ideas, it is not within the remit of local government, but I think that one of the biggest challenges that I heard from feedback from residents was the lack of connectivity to essential next level care or even accessibility to hospitals, and the fact that the bus doesn't stop in Yarraman to pick people up. How do we work with that? It's one thing to build an establishment, but to give aged residents confidence that there is another level of higher care for them to retire in a community. I think that's a broader issue that faces every rural community in this state, if not in Australia.
I'm sorry, one of my big problems is I'm profoundly deaf, so I find it almost impossible to hear what you're saying. Here we go, we've got the questions up here. Now I'm right.
Russell?
It's a good question. I can see where you're coming from. We are in a situation in Yarraman where, yes, we have no hospital. But the fact is, for us to get to the brand new Kingaroy Hospital takes half an hour. And when you get there, the emergency entrance, there might be half a dozen people. If you live in south side of Brisbane, It's still going to take you half an hour to get to hospital. When you get there, you'll be waiting in the queue with 200 people. So I don't see this as being a great drama in our particular situation. We do need a doctor in town. Yes, we had a doctor who opened up a new medical centre with intentions of expanding it, but unfortunately the supply of doctors has gone in exactly the opposite direction. In Nanango, they have exactly the same problem. They have 2 medical centres there and they're struggling to keep doctors there. So that side of things is a bit beyond my area of expertise, but I don't see accessibility to hospital as being a major drama in Yarraman.
Is there another question for Russ? Councillor Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Russ. Just regarding this land and state government who runs the health services, have there been conversations with the local member up there? I assume it's Deb Franklin country. Is she involved in the conversations about health services and bringing them in partnership with us if we provide the land?
No, we have had no discussions with anybody in that sort of position. I've been working with the local economic development officer from council, and that's basically the only people we've been working with, because we haven't been in a position to even imagine we could get these things happening without council's help that we're asking for now. So it's just one step at a time. That's what we're doing. All these things are in the future.
Good on you.
Any other questions? Councillor McDonald?
It's a question that I've sent through to Justin, so hopefully you're opening your email. Okay, might be easier. It's around community, the risk mitigation. Here it comes.
Yeah. Okay, good.
What risk are we talking about mitigating here?
No, God, we have to. So this is in your documentation that you've supplied, Russ. It talks about the various risks in the measures, and one was around community. So I'm not sure what the community risk was, but it says it's been reduced from 75% to 50%. And I wondered what you'd done to do that.
I'm sorry, mate, I'm not with you. In the feasibility study you're
That's
talking
right.
about. Now I'm with you.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay. That risk assessment pertains solely to constructing and managing a large live-in residential aged care development. We were talking 80 beds at that stage. Now, we found that that's not going to happen. So that risk assessment is done and dusted and it's all over. It doesn't apply anymore.
Okay, we might just about wind it up there, but can I say one thing about aged care in the smaller communities? And if you look right across our region, including Clifton and Crow's Nest and Pittsworth and Oakey and Millmere and those places, the tremendous amount of money that comes from the federal government for a good proposition. When Millmere started, we built a $600,000 facility. It was a fair while ago. $150,000 of that came from the community. The balance came from the federal government. Now, they've also put in money for units for people to live in independently, and it's been real opportunity in the aged care in small communities. So take that on board. I think you'd understand that. Yeah. It's a matter of getting a plan and getting it going, and maybe you've got to start in a fairly small way, you know, to go directly to a home that would provide the kind of care that a nursing facility would provide might be difficult. I know when this council was first formed, and my colleagues would remember, we did own some units in, I think we owned some in Yarraman too. And we in fact decided to dispose of those because of the complexity. And when I spend my hours with Paul McVeigh, I understand that we probably pulled the right lever. Councillor Carroll?
Sorry. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Due to a legacy from a 90-plus-year-old lady in Yarraman, Eva Cameron, there has been a respite centre up there, and they have actually taken over those housing. So there is some care from South Burnett Care in Yarraman for respite and others. And I think that the South Burnett Care Group and the CEO, through Cheryl Dalton, do an amazing job, and I think they should be involved in any issues going, any plans and lobbying that happens going forward. There is opportunity up there, but it's a very difficult sector, and as you mentioned, Mr Mayor, every community has the same issues, but I think it needs a cast of a few more to try to have that push to the federal and state government, which is crucial. Local government has not got the capacity. We can support and foster and lobby, but we do not have the capacity or the money to take this where it needs to go. So I suggest that South Burnett Care would be a great partner to partner with here, Rod and Russ. And I think that, a conversation that with Cheryl as well would be a really good way to start to try to work out what the next steps should be. And I think, you point out land, some of that land is flooded, I am aware of that, and it isn't an easy thing to overcome. But, the land is probably the smallest component of this plan. But I think we need to have those partnerships and discussions with the federal and state government, and of course council will support, but I think that's the first place to start. There's no good having land there if there's no reason to have it there. So we need to have those discussions first, and then the rest of it hopefully can fall into place.
Well, in our plan, South Burnett Care is obviously our first port of call.
Yep.
Yes.
And building a relationship.
It's going to be
with you.
all about partnering. It's going to be partnering with TRC, partnering with state government, partnering with Commonwealth government. I'm big on partnering.
Have to be, yeah,
Yes.
because they've got the money.
Absolutely.
Yep. I'd be building an immediate relationship with your federal member and your state member because they're the two serious pools of funding that certainly have supported many of the successful retirement villages in their infancy in this area.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
They're the key people. Okay, well, look, thank you very much. Russ, thanks for coming down. Appreciate very much your contribution, and I know your passion for the community. I felt that in my office that day. Haven't forgotten. But I think we're quite happy to work with you, and some of our economic development people probably would be supportive in terms of building a pathway in the hope that we can make this come to fruition.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Russ. Right, councillors, I think we keep going. It's the best shot at this point in time. It wouldn't be necessary to say we're on time. We're well behind schedule, but I think we've had a very interesting morning. So we'll move to item 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. Okay, Bill. And the first report that's come to you is item 8.1, Planning and Development Committee. There are 4 items there. Anyone wishing to take any of those out for separate consideration? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has moved. Councillor Summerfield has seconded. Any comments? Those in favour? Motion's carried. Move then to item 8.2, which is Water and Wastewater and Waste Committee. There are 2 matters there, both were dealt in confidential. Anyone wishing to separate any of those for separate consideration? If not, do I have a mover? Councillor Von Hoff for Councillor Summerfield. Any comments? Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you. Move then to the Infrastructure Committee. There were two items there, item 4 and item 5. Is there anyone wishing to make any comments there in relation to them? I have highlighted here that Councillor Carl may wish to record his vote in respect to item 5, but the fact that he's not in the room, would somebody like to move?
Happy to move, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll has moved, Councillor Melissa had seconded that. The receipt of the Infrastructure Committee report. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to item 8.4, which is the Environment and Community Committee. Two matters there. Does anyone wish to take any of those out for separate consideration? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of the Environment and Community Report, please? Councillor Jones and Councillor Tim. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to Finance and Business Strategy Committee. There's a few points there. One being Councillor McDonald has declared an interest there, but that's been sorted out by Council. So anyone wishing to... any questions at this point? Any separation? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please, in its entirety? I'll vote separately on item 6, sorry. So items 3 and 4 we'll deal with first. Someone like to move the receipt of items 3 and 4 of the Finance and Business Strategy report, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to item 6 for separate consideration. Is there a mover? Councillor Shine and Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Councillor Carl was out of the room and everybody voted in favour. For your division. Right, we move then to the Economic Development Committee report, where the first motion will deal with item 3.
I'll have to declare and go out of the room first.
Oh, sorry. No, the first motion will deal with item 4. So, consequently, 3 will be dealt with separately. Item 4, do I have a mover? Councillor McMahon and Councillor McDonald, those in favour? We'll move then, that's carried. We'll move then to item 3, if Councillor McDonald would leave the room temporarily, please. Do I have a mover for item 3?
I've got a question, if I could.
Question?
Thank you. If I could just mention the incentives policy, there was going to be an amendment, I thought, in 2.2, paragraph 2.2 of that, which was going to provide clarity around the $3 million and what time frame. I was under that impression from last committee meeting. I don't know if Seamus is still here.
Seamus has left. General Manager, would you like to comment? Planning? It's my understanding it was underway. It was certainly happening. I haven't checked it finally.
My understanding was we were going to bring forward amendments later on in regard to that.
Yes, that's what was being worked on.
Otherwise, we'd be making policy on the
Oh,
run.
okay. Thank you.
Yep. That's my memory. They were certainly working
Yes,
on
you're right.
the new
Yes,
amendments.
sorry.
Okay, so any other questions in relation to it? Mover, please, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? It's carried. We haven't told. Good. Councillor McDonald can come back in the room. I think it's appropriate we work through till 12ish and have the normal lunch hour. Monthly performance statement. Shane?
Yes, good morning, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Presenting today the Executive Performance Report for the period ending 31st of July 2021, as per Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation. If I could just refer councillors to page 19 of 131 of Board Books to discuss the July implications. The rates and charges, excluding the water rates, were generated on the 10th of July. Were to be issued on the 6th of August, due the 7th of September 2021. In terms of the sale of land processes to cover unpaid rates, that's currently in progress for 2021. The notice of intention to sell land were issued on the 9th of July, allowing 3 months for all outstanding rates and charges to be paid in full. We started at 64 properties and it's currently now down to 50 in that area. If I can now jump to page 22 of 131 in Board Books, which is our consolidated financial performance statement. Overall, there is a very, very minor variance in the operating income, slightly above budget, and a 5% variance in the operating expenditure against budget, just tracking slightly below. The actual rates and levies for the year to date is a total of $111 million, with a $288 million budget. And again, the variance is very minor. While still on that page 22, we have fees and charges, which are tracking about 10% above the budget at this point in time. There are some highlights associated with that. We've had increased reimbursement for the carpet damage at James Cook Centre. We will obviously modify the reimbursements for insurance claims at Budget Review 1. Property services is above budget by $94,000. The lease income is currently being reviewed, and again, it will be revisited at Budget Review 1. Licences and permits for environmental health and regulatory services are also tracking above budget. We'll continue to monitor and adjust that if necessary. And similarly to in development services, they're above budget by about $180,000. That's material change of use income is significantly higher than expected for July. In terms of interest revenue, as with the current fiscal climate, it continues to be a significant challenge. Our interest rates have continued to decline over the last few months, notwithstanding that low income for interest is also offset by the low expenditure incurred by the financial costs. Our grants, subsidies, contributions and donations are slightly below budget. The fuel subsidy has been lower for fleet and logistics, and Parks and Recs is below by about $8,000. If we now move to the bottom of that page there, we're onto operational expenditure. Labour is at $8.8 million with a 4% variance. Vacancy recognition for July 2021 was about $1.4 million. Material services and other expenditure is $1 million below budget with an 11% variance. The water infrastructure services is below budget by about $228,000. That's no significant value to be phased across multiple small underspends. Water operations is below budget by $425,000. That's primarily due to the Wivenhoe electricity receipt to be processed. Parks and Recs service below budget by $225,000. Works are progressing and the expenditure will increase in coming months as the higher growth season approaches. In terms of financial costs, whilst we're there, they're to be reviewed at BR1 following reduced loan drawdown for the 2021 financial year. Low expenditure for finance costs, as I mentioned earlier, is offset by the low income for interest received. The remaining component of the operational expenditure, depreciation, is within budget. We now jump to page 22 of 131. My apologies. If we stay on page 22, we move over to capital. Capital income is over budget by $250,000, or about 12%. Water projects services are above budget. The capital grant received from the Queensland Rural Industry Development to the Queensland Local Government and the Energy Savers projects. Not originally budgeted for as the years the money was going to be received was unknown, but that will be recognised at Budget Review 1. The property services are above budget by $60,000. The final milestone payment for the Crows Nest SES facilities was expected last year. Amendment will be processed again at BR1. The next three components of the capital income, infrastructure charges, cash contributed assets and sale of assets, are all within budget. In terms of capital expenditure, for the month of July, it was $4.8 million with a variance of 17%, $682,000 above the revised budget of 4.1. Capital Works program is $908,000 over budget. Construction and maintenance over budget by approximately $1 million, with carryover adjustments accounting for a majority of that, and they'll occur at Budget Review 1. Pandemic response is marginally over budget by $2,000 but on track, and quarantine projects are under budget by $230,000. They're the three projects of Crestbrook Dam Spillway, Kubi Dam Spillway and the new water treatment plant.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you, Shane. I wanted to just clarify that construction and maintenance being above budget by 1.2 million. I had wondered if that was purely a result of increased material costs, but no, that you were saying that that's a result of the carryovers. Is that correct?
Excuse me, I'll just find that information. I believe the $1 million relates to activities that were planned to be completed by the 30th of June, but for a whole host of reasons, whether it be delay of materials and other things, have actually had that expenditure now fall in July, and as mentioned, will be
adjusted at BR1.
Adjusted at Budget Review 1.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. My question was partly answered, I think, by that answer you just gave, but because it seemed to me just to be an inconsistency between the operating expenditure of labour, operational cost and material services being below budget, but on the other hand, the capital expenditure was well above budget there, but you've explained it because of the carryovers, I think. But I just forget about the capital expenditure. What do you put down? Why do you think there has been a labour operational costs below budget figure and a materials services and other expenditure below budget figure? Why do you think that has come about?
In terms of the labour itself, Chair, Mayor, the challenge is July is school holidays, the first 2 weeks of the month are school holidays, so we have a lot of staff on taking, whether it be annual leave, long service leave, so they pulled from different parts of the budget process, so that's a significant impact. There are a number of vacancies which we're carrying as well, so there is not necessarily the correlation between the overspend and the labour. In terms of the materials and charges, I think without a lot of detailed information here, it is related to supply and demand, and we're well aware, as we've spoken previously, anything up to 30 weeks in delay times on a lot of expenditure, and that impacts both the capital budget and the operational budget as well.
Okay. So in relation to the first one, it's not because of too few people in the labour market or in our workforce, too few, rather it's because people are on holidays.
Mayor, I believe that to be the case, obviously.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move? Accordingly, the monthly performance statement be received. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine. No questions? All those in favour? That's carried. Thanks very much, John. We'll move into the group reports and we'll work through till around about 12-ish. Number 10.1, Planning and Development. Stuart.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Morning, Stuart.
Just referring to the report which is before you. Basically, economic development officers from across the southwest region of Queensland met in St George recently and discussed a number of issues in common across that vast region, if I can call it that. The number one issue, which won't be of any surprise to anyone, related to housing shortage, particularly rental shortage, right across that region in a lot of those small towns. And of course that meeting took place in St George, and St George is facing a similar situation to Toowoomba, believe it or not. Economic Development Officers also met with NBN and Queensland and QCN to discuss telecommunications issues, particularly in the small townships and villages across our region, but also within Toowoomba itself. There's various issues, particularly the speed issues confronting a number of businesses. The expert advisory panel also came to town on July the 21st, met with council or councillors. Also, officers took them around to have a look at various potential issues, urban design issues, and what have you while they were here. The rest of the report, which relates to development services, development engineering, and our architectural area, are really statistics, and I'm happy to take any questions on any of those matters.
Councillor Shine, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just two, if I might. First one is the meeting out at St George discussed the housing issues, but was there any outcome to that? You know, any ideas about how to tackle that, discussed there, or resolutions forthcoming?
I think a couple of important, excuse me, a couple of important things was it was a little bit surprising the commonality of the issue of housing and rental accommodation. I think there was perception probably that it was an issue for major or the larger urban areas, but it is a common issue right across the region. Solutions? No, I think they're planning on further working together to come up with potential solutions. And I guess they're also working or hoping to work with the state government in regard to funding that may be of assistance in a lot of those areas out there.
If I might, my second question in relation to the expert advisory panel, that one I take it was basically a information type purpose behind that rather than them come. But do you expect them to come up with some idea of what they've got in mind fairly soon?
What they've got in mind?
Well, you know, they're an expert panel to advise us on how it's best to go about this. So what they've got in mind.
Well, we would intend to use them as an expert panel, and I think Councillor McDonald sent me an email in regard to an aspect of that. The idea is with the expert panel is to use them as a panel of experts, and any issues that we have, any thoughts, any innovative approaches that we might be looking for in terms of urban design, architecture, or other problems we have in urban areas, we will be putting to the panel. I will be coming back to council with some thinking about how we might involve the expert panel, particularly and it does relate to our CBD and greater area around the CBD of Toowoomba in the main. And there are any number of issues that will come up in terms of the review of the action plan for the CBD. So there'll be plenty of work eventually for them.
I'm not suggesting there isn't, but the idea, I take it, is for them not to originate ideas, it's for them to consider your ideas.
That's right. Yep.
Councillor Summerfield.
Could you press the button?
Thank you for the sign language. Sorry about that. So thank you. And you mentioned in your report about NBN in the second paragraph, and I just wondered, is council interacting with NBN in relation to planning in new development areas? Like if there's a new section about to be developed, does council engage with NBN to ensure that we're getting the best possible network outcomes for new developments? Because it's been raised at a recent meeting function I was at that there's concerns there. So I just wondered, are we actually engaging with them, or is there potential to do that in the future for any new planned DAs?
The short answer is yes, we do very much. The developers liaise with NBN in terms of the trunk services coming into their estates. We also, before we seal the plans of subdivision to create the actual lots, we're asked for a certificate from NBN that everything is according to Hoyle in terms of the rollout of infrastructure and what have you. That used to be a major pain for developers because NBN were fairly slow in providing that advice, but they're a lot better now. And mainly because they are looking to work with developers at the time of development.
Yeah, well, I think the rush has probably slowed down and they have time to actually do that now.
Well, yeah, I think the problem was before the rush, believe it or not.
Okay.
And yeah, they've picked up their game a heck of a lot.
Thank you. So just on page 2 of 3, under Development, Engineering and Plumbing Services, the engineering team determined 12 operational works applications with an average approval time of 22 business days, with more than 83% being within statutory timeframes. I just wonder if that's within statutory timeframes, which is an expectation that that's what is met. I just wonder what that means for us and for the applicants when we've only met 83% within the statutory timeframes. What does that mean for council? And
normally, if we're not, if once again, if we've got all the information we need and all the designs are appropriate, then obviously timeframes can be met, and particularly the statutory ones, where we may be lacking information or awaiting information or further design modification. Certainly it can creep over, and what normally happens is that the developer or the consultants for the developer and council agree that that time, we can exceed that time because it's a statutory time limit, and both sides have to agree to extend any time that goes beyond the statutory time limit. And normally it is waiting for more information. And it's been particularly difficult lately. This is one that has been affected by the increased workload because at the engineering fraternity out there, the consultants have been somewhat very busy doing designs for residential estates. And so I think by achieving an 80% or something, 82% or something, we're doing very well. Well, the consultants are doing very well too. Does that answer your question? It's not always possible to work to achieve the statutory timeframes for a whole range of reasons.
Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to General Manager. Stuart, just in regard to the advisory panel, expert advisory panel, and talk about the CBD, talking about CBD and PDA area, is land in that area that's owned by council considered for options that these folk might come to council with ideas on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
So I guess if that's the case, there's the parcel of land called the Farm, corner of Taylor and Mort Streets. Is that, you'd have to be talking with the Parks team, I assume, because it's designated open space or parkland at the moment. Is that something that's still on the table for reuse for another purpose other than totally parkland?
Yes, I think councillors might remember, well certainly those that went on the bus trip that Jade had prepared some notes, and in the notes there were a number of potential council-owned parcels of land, and that was one of them, that could be or may be used for various forms of housing, and either through the use, using the auspice of Brisbane Housing or one of these other not-for-profit housing companies that have been established. But in terms of putting those ideas together, certainly this expert panel will be very useful in assisting in the thinking through how they might be used. Yep, and the form of housing and a whole range of other issues that might crop up.
Thanks, Stuart. Through you, Mr Mayor. That's encouraging, because I would have thought that's what the panel does, which is great.
Yep, that's right.
I guess just making sure that areas that aren't zoned for a particular use, right across council, the organisation's aware of that level of activity, so that there's not one group doing one thing and another doing another. So let's probably raise that as a
that can be an issue.
Yeah, it could be an issue. Thank you.
Go Councillor Melissa Taylor, then Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Stuart. My question has already been asked and answered. My question was the same as Councillor Summerfield's, the query about the 12% of development services and 17% of development engineering and plumbing services outside of statutory limitations. So, statutory timeframes.
Yep.
So.
And I think most of them relate to engineering designs for subdivisions. The plumbing, our friends in plumbing seem to be able to achieve their timelines pretty well. Very efficient, well-oiled machine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Further to Councillor Nancy's question around NBN and QCN Fibre, the Queensland Government entity, Stuart, we're a ways off yet with the planning scheme review, but refresh my memory, are we including NBN in this state-owned entity as potential stakeholders, particularly with regards to when we get down to the part of the planning scheme review and looking at land use planning in our growth fronts? The reason why I'm asking that is because it's critically important that we give indication to entities like these around our projected growth corridors and our settlement patterns, so they do some strategic and planning and some quantifying about future need as well. Otherwise, we end up with this weight, an excessive weight for services. And the millennials, the Ys, the Xs make decisions, particularly the millennials make decisions where they live based on connectivity. That's proven beyond reasonable doubt. So are we doing that, or have we got them on a stakeholders list to give some feedback from our findings into their... yeah?
Absolutely.
Good.
Yep, without doubt. Fundamental infrastructure item along
Good
with
to see
electricity.
Good to see things have changed in local government. I've been exactly on the opposite side of the fence.
Yeah, well, times have changed, and
Good.
and they're continuing to change, and particularly in that area. Yep.
Good. Yeah. No, that's really important.
Yeah,
Thanks.
in fact, I think the local NBN rep was at a session here not long ago, sitting there just listening to what was happening. So, yep, no, there's good connection.
Councillor Melissa.
I can use that term.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Stuart. I did have one final question. My apologies for the delay. On page 25 of Board Books, your report says that infrastructure charges for July totalled $3.4 million. Do you have an indication of what the breakup of residential development versus industrial or commercial development for those infrastructure charges?
It would be mostly residential.
Mostly residential?
Yep.
And do we have an indication that those,
Sorry, there is a breakup. I don't have it with me.
No,
but-
that's okay.
But rest assured, most of it would be residential.
residential?
Yep.
Okay. Are you confident that those developments will proceed within a quick time frame, and
The-
we'll have some residential lots available for sale?
There's quite a few now. In fact, we're almost entering into the other problem of too many residential lots available. I mean, we've
Can I quote you on that?
no,
I will.
The federal government scheme incentives slipped away, and most of the residential estates around the place on weekends had milling crowds going through their showrooms. That is not the case in the last 3 or 4 weekends.
Okay.
So my spies tell me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of Planning and Development's group report, please? Councillor Kyle and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? Would someone also take the liberty of moving that we adjourn for lunch and we return at 1 o'clock? Councillor Shine has moved, Councillor Summerfield has seconded. Those in favour? It's carried.
Thanks, Councillor.
meeting. And with that, can I ask Damien, the General Manager of Water and Waste, to present the group report, please?
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, we had a little bit of rainfall there in July, but the dams are sitting pretty steady at 30.7%. I'll just turn the page. See the Perseverance, a couple of photos there where we're cutting in with the Perseverance trunk main at the moment. We've got 3 crews working. So in July, we've replaced, a total of 3.5 kilometres. Those crews are working very well. The contractor crews will be finished by about October, and the day labour force about November. In relation to Cambodia, we've commenced with 1.16 kilometres of sewer rising main, and the construction works commenced on a pump station there on the foundation. Just over the page, councillors. Project planning has commenced on the replacement of critical reflux valves at Crestbrook Dam pump station and the booster pump station, which is over near the ski boat club. So right now the system is working completely off Perseverance whilst we're in at Crestbrook. Down in the waste services, councillors, the landfill gas, it's an exciting part of that project coming to fruition. We are drilling underneath the rail line at the moment. It's a difficult access corridor to get into, and we're drilling to put the gas pipe underneath there. So that's an exciting part of that. And councillors, a monthly free mulch days commenced at Clyton Waste Management Facility and will continue through until December to assess the ongoing interest of the community in that service, in that location. The service is currently available from 8 a.m. till 12 noon on the first Sunday of each month, councillors. And 2 safe turnarounds, Mr Mayor, have been completed. These are important pieces of rectification to allow the waste trucks to safely navigate so that we're not risking too much reverse action with those machines where you can see some deadly consequences at times. Mr Mayor.
Okay, questions for the General Manager? Councillor Summerfield.
Might just go to the microphone.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Damien. I just have a couple of questions, if I could. One is around the dams. I note that the dams are all open. A friend said to me over the weekend that they went to Kubi to have a picnic and couldn't access it and ended up going home. But I wondered whether we do any media releases around when our dam, and I know this crosses over 2 portfolios, but do we do media releases around when our dams open? Because we need people to be informed.
Yes, the practice has been to do media releases around when a dam is closed for recreational facilities. It may well have been closed for a infrastructure reason, i.e. lifting or moving something, which would only be a short, narrow window of closure. So I don't know the date, but I'm happy to check that. Ordinarily, there is a media release. It comes out through Environment Community Services Group in most instances.
Yeah, I know we do one when it shuts, but do we do one when it opens again? Is the question.
I'll check.
Thank you. Also in relation to that, I know there's been a number of previous requests that we have on the website, the reasons why we close the dams,
Yes.
what the chemical component or whatever it is that's causing that to be closed. And I wondered if you could help me understand why that hasn't been implemented, please.
My understanding is on the website that we do have the reasons why we've closed in a particular instance. Has that not been your experience, Councillor Summerfield?
I didn't think it was, no.
I'll take that on notice and check again because the instructions have been provided. We don't want to confuse the public with too many scientific terms, but the fundamental reason why we've closed them either for full contact or an access issue should be disclosed, yes.
Yeah, thank you. And also just in relation to the safe turnarounds, Damien, Are these, the safe turnaround, I know we get a budget every year for safe turnarounds, and I think it's around 150,000 just from memory, but is the ones that are in this report, is that from last financial year, or is it the new financial year's 150,000?
It would have been work from last year that's carried over into this year, Councillor Summerfield, so it will be, whether the budget was in carryovers or whether it was the dollars for this year, but it would be unusual to be able to complete a turnaround and all the money go to woe in the first month.
Yes, that's why I asked the question. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to General Manager Damien. Damien, on page 28 of 131, sewage collection system smoke testing for Pittsworth, and I note there's a Cambodia smoke testing planned for September. It could be a question on notice, actually, but how many places or properties were tested, and of those, what percentage will receive letters, or what number even, would receive letters to say that there's an identified defect in their house drainage?
Sure, it's a very good question, Councillor McDonald. We don't actually count the number of houses ordinarily in the program. We have the sewer maps and we advertise where we're going to be doing the smoke testing, so that is how the residents become aware of the smoke testing. And we have to bring a resolution through council in order to do that, because sometimes it involves officers stepping past the front gate to enter a premise to go and inspect some smoke coming out of a drain or out of a downpipe. In relation to houses that have received letters of correction, in Kearney Springs we've done 10 kilometres of sewer. That's how the program is set up, and we found 32 houses being issued letters of corrections. By way of very rough approximation, by looking at the street frontage, we could derive how many houses are there, but I didn't have time to go back into the GIS system, the Geographic Information System, which is where this material will be, to say precisely how many houses there are. In North Toowoomba, we've had 5 houses identified out of 33 kilometres of sewer. Pittsworth, we've got 18 manholes that are being sealed, 8.3 kilometres of sewer which is being smoke tested, and we found 26 properties with issues. So where we find, if you find one, isolated one, it's often, a homemaker's done something over the time. If you find a pattern into a geographic location, sometimes that can suggest some other kind of activity. It's a good question.
Thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions, please. Damien, first question is in line with Councillor Summerfield's. Really great to see the dams open. I've been told the fishing's great, which is good. It did exactly as you said it would. It would reopen when the colder weather removes the blue-green algae. But now we're on the back of that season, going back into the warmer months. Is it just a wait and watch and monitor, or is there anything proactive we can do now to ensure the blooms are lessened and the dams stay open?
It's a very good question too, Councillor McMahon. Many years ago, you used to be able to apply a particular chemical to kill the blue-green algae and remove it. We don't do that anymore for environmental reasons and health reasons. So unfortunately, it will be a matter of time until the blue-green algae comes through again. We can do we have some mixes in some of the dams. That's to help with some water quality concerns, but my understanding is that won't assist with the blue-green algae, but I'll take that as a question on notice.
Yeah, love to see if we can, work in that space well and minimise the closure. Follow-up, Chair, if I may, the mulch, Damien, I think it's a great initiative, and I've seen it being used around the region. Anecdotally, some people say it's great, free mulch. Some people say all it does is spread weeds that are already in the mulch, and then the biosecurity guys are all over it because it's going to everyone's garden and we're getting these outbreaks of weeds. Does that happen in your experience? Is it safe and effective?
My understanding is that I haven't been seeing the complaints like that with evidence that our mulch is promulgating or spreading weeds. I don't know if General Manager Hauser hears of anything. I see Councillor Summerfield's putting her hand up.
Okay to comment, Mr Mayor, thank you. Council does try and get the mulch up to a certain heat, which does kill off a lot of the weed seed. There can be some issues from time to time, but then you find that also if you look at lucerne mulch, you'll often get lucerne growing in your garden, which is much worse because the weeds go down 30 feet. But they do try and heat off that weed seed, kill it off with heat, but you do have potential for some weed seed in there.
Yeah, no, you can get, weeds from your mulch at Bunnings, but good to see those processes being done on ours. Thanks very much.
Any further questions? The GM? No further questions? Would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Von Hoff and Summerfield. Those in favour? It's carried.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks very much, Damien. Move then to infrastructure services. Mike.
Well, good afternoon, councillors. Just looking at July, a few things happening across the region there, obviously, into the new financial year. First up, just sort of note through the innovation side, what we're doing with some traffic light sensors. It's interesting in the last couple of years that the move has been away from people obviously touching with the COVID to come up with a system or process that you can walk up to these traffic lights and they sort of notice where you are and you can sort of just for them to automatically sensor that. So you can see where it's all heading to over time. We implemented a couple of years ago, started implementing radar, above-head radar systems for the people that was more about people coming up to lights, pressing the green button, and then finding a gap in traffic and jumping across, and then the green, turned to red and there was nobody crossing the crossing. So that was the issue a couple of years ago. Now they're obviously with COVID and trying not to, in the public realm, have the need to touch things. This is the new development in that space. So you can see over the years to come that it'll even get technology to move even further in this space where it'll just read you coming up to the signals and potentially changing automatically that way. That said, so that was in that space. From a construction maintenance point of view, I'm probably at the moment just in front of budget phasing, but things are progressing generally well across the region. Our disaster recovery funding arrangements, our flood restoration works are well advanced. With the aim of all our roadworks, weather permitting, in regards to the work that we're doing on roads, completed by December or Christmas, all going well, weather permitting. That said, we're putting a lot of our culvert works out to contract, and those contracts will go through until around at least Easter next year, again, weather permitting, maybe a little longer. So things are moving quite well, but there's a lot of work across the region happening there. Another highlight in July was the move to the southern side of Russell Street, so it's worth a walk through the work that's been done on the northern side, and that was the team's moving quite well there, and generally on track, again, weather permitting for around about that end of October, early November. Completion of that Ruthven to Victoria Street section. That's just a few little pointers there. Councillors, happy to take any queries.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mike, I just wanted to, it's not a question, it's really just a statement. I just wanted to highlight, we don't talk about the aerodromes in our region very often, so I just wanted to congratulate the team on winning the 2 fundings for the Pittsworth and Millmerran aerodromes there for the works to be completed by 2022. So that was great work. And just at our track meeting the other day, Toowoomba Regional Aerodrome Advisory Committee. Was just some really good feedback from the committee members on that funding, but also on the Toowoomba Aerodrome, about how well they're doing out there and how happy they were with the improvements that were happening at the aerodrome out there, and looking forward to what will be happening over the next few years. We've planned to review the master plan out there as well in this term. So there's a lot happening out there, and we don't tend to talk about the aerodromes very well, and they're an important part of the region and connectivity. So I just wanted to raise that and say thanks to the team. Great work.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to pick up on what Mr Brady said about Russell Street, how we've moved over to the southern side of the road, and also to pass on the community down there, the business community's appreciation of our teams that have been working down there, and including Kate from our comms team. But I also wanted to highlight the fact that Councillor Carl and I are on the PARG group for that, and that's with artworks. We're looking for local artists with anything that they might like to contribute for down there, and there will be a public meeting. I haven't got the detail right in front of me, but if they wanted to ring up and find out about that, everyone is welcome, and they'll be going through that. It's from 10 till 12 on a particular date. Mike, have you got that? But we want everyone, whether they're an artist or not, if they think they've got something to contribute, but certainly artists, we want them all to be on board. We realise the value of local artwork, and particularly in a historic precinct such as that down there, representing both the Indigenous history and the European history with the coming of the railway to Toowoomba. So that's coming up fairly soon, and hopefully, I'm just sorry I can't remember the date, but everyone's welcome if they wanted to ring council to find out when that's on. So please get on board, and it's a wonderful project. There's no doubt that Russell Street's going to be a destination when it's finished. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Any other comments? No further comments. Would someone like to move the receipt of the...
Sorry, Mayor, may I?
Yep.
I just, with Councillor Carol Taylor, just want to make the community aware that it's Road Safety Week this week. So it's a really important initiative, and it's something that we as a council work very closely with TMR, and to ensure that we have safer roads. And we play our part as a region with the roads, but we've got some amazing emergency services that play an important part. They're the true heroes with road safety, you know, the ambulance and the police and the fireys. So I just want to thank them for the work that they do. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to driver awareness, and it's about wearing seatbelts and not drink driving and not drug driving, and you know, really common sense when it comes down to it. And it's, you know, it's those risks that we as drivers take when we get behind that wheel, and those errors can end up in the loss of lives of another car with a driver and passenger, or a cyclist or a pedestrian, you know, children running across the street. So it's something that when we get behind the wheel, we have to be very conscious of the risks that we take. And, you know, thanks to everyone just being very cautious when they get on the road, and sign up for safety this week. So thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other comments around the room?
So, Mr Mayor, if I might just comment on that, 1,200 people still die on Australia's roads every year, and 44,000 adults and children are injured every year. So we all need to sign up, following on what Councillor Melissa has said. We all have a part to play, and road safety starts with each and every one of us.
Yep. Thanks for that. I think in my mayoral report I was attempting to bring some sort of a gratitude day for the emergency services, the police, the ambos and the firemen who have attended so many tragic accidents in this area in recent weeks and months. It's been terrible. Is there anybody wishing to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Carl has moved the receipt of the Infrastructure Group report. Seconder, please. Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to Environment and Community Services. Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Councillors, some highlights from the Environment Community Services Group report for this month. It's interesting to note bookings at the Goodshed are steady and returning after all the obvious COVID restrictions and concerns that we've all battled with there. So there are a number of bookings between now and Christmas, which is good to see that interest returning. Also drew attention to council's micro grants, which you approved in May, I think the council decision was, and those grants were administered and funds out the door by the end of June, up to a value of $500, and you can see an example of how well that was appreciated by the community in the report there from the Hayden Public Hall Inc., who was successful in obtaining a grant to help them with contact tracing and a whole heap of other things, including comms and their newsletter. And councillors, the other item that I would like to highlight and congratulate the team on is the execution of the contract for the new Highfields Library finalisation and the award of that contract to McNabb Construction. So the next little while we'll be busy finalising the design for the building and construction commencing thereafter. Happy to take any questions. At this stage, we're looking at May next year as practical completion. Practical completion, of course, means we get possession of site and then there's potentially some move in and transition to and bring the facility up to operation. But all things being equal, no unforeseen circumstances. I'm hedging my bets here, Mr Mayor. Hopefully we have that facility open by the middle of next year, by June.
Thanks, Chair. Through you. Thanks, Nick. 2 questions. The first is about the storytime sessions for children under 5. And your report notes that they've returned to selected libraries, parks and community venues across the region. Do people have to register in advance for those or can they just show up?
I don't know the answer to that question, Councillor Vonhoff. Can I take that on notice and come
Please.
back to you? I think it's probably a combination of both. In the past, it's been that you can just turn up. But I think with COVID, there's a possibility there that we might be asking people to register just to help with that contact tracing. Councillor Tim looks like he might know the answer to that.
You can just show up, they just take your name and details there. I've done it, very effective.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. And the second question regards the volunteer satisfaction survey. And this year results show that 93.5% of volunteers are satisfied with their role as a volunteer with council. We've had those issues out at Goombungee. So my question is, how does that 93.5% compare year on year with previous year's results?
Good question too. I don't know the answer to that. I'd need to take that on notice if that's okay and come back to you. We report that through our operational plan year on year. It's a KPI, so quick reference back to that would tell us that. It's important, I think, to note these are still very preliminary. We haven't, at the time of putting the report together, the team hadn't had an opportunity to review the findings in detail, but just thought it was worth noting those. But I'll have a look for you and give you some history.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Nick. Good news about the Goodshed.
Yes.
Sounds very promising. So just on page 2, you mentioned Applegum Walk, which was a free guide bushwalk up at Crow's Nest. I was really excited about that because we did the bird walk one just out here to the north of Toowoomba a while back. Councillor Tim came, Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Melissa, I think. Or did you? I don't know. Anyway, a few of us, and it was really, really good. And I just thought, I wouldn't have minded doing that, but I don't know when it was held or whatever. And I just wonder whether there's an opportunity to let councillors know when those sorts of things are happening.
Okay,
If it's on a weekend,
Yeah.
we could possibly squeeze it in somewhere.
It's been delivered as part of the change project, so it's promoted through that, so that, there are a lot of activities there. We would inundate your calendar if we were to invite you to all of those, but if it's particularly bushwalks that you're interested, perhaps we could have a look to let you know about them.
Thanks, Nick.
All right.
Appreciate it. Oh, one more. Just at the end of the report, the renewal of grazing licences. Did we assess those blocks of land to see whether we really need them still before we renewed those leases?
Yeah, yes, we do.
Thanks.
Councillor Tim, you had your hand up before, but was that for that intermediate question? Okay. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. Just on the survey, it seems an incredibly high result for any survey, 93.5%. Was it 93.5% of volunteers, or was it representative of those who did respond, 93.5%?
Correct, that representative of those who responded.
Right. But my question is, looking at the healthy living, sport and active recreation, and the mention of Millmerran just jogged my memory that when Councillor McDonald and I were out there earlier in the year with the aqua aerobics, memorable occasion, even featured in Bold magazine, we raised with them, or they raised with us, what would happen during the transition period when the pool was being redone over there. It'd be off for the summer season, etc. And was there a possibility of mini bus going to Pittsworth or to Cecil Plains, that type of thing? Do you know if there's any progress been made by either organised by them or by people in your area to facilitate that need?
I just need to chase an update from the team, but I do remember that request coming through at the time and forwarding it on to the team. I thought it sounded reasonable to consider, assisting with transport to get to Pittsworth to participate in those activities. I'd need to check with the team and see whether we've finalised that. Of course, the pools are still closed during winter time, but we're getting close to reopening, so if we haven't finalised arrangements, it's probably time to do so.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Just a comment.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks,
Comment.
Chair, through you. Just, Nick, a bouquet to the Parks team for the Bob Dodds Lookout, the interpretive signage that's up there. It'd be quite useful perhaps to have just a copy of that sent around to councillors so that they know what's up there and the information. It's quite valuable telling the history of Wappy and the whole business there, so it'd be useful for councillors to be brought up to speed on that. Particularly new councillors, but it's a well-presented sign, tells a good story, and so I just wanted, if you could send it around to councillors, a graphic of it or something.
No problem, happy to.
Thanks.
Nick, the opening of the new facility at Queen's Park?
Yes, we've got a couple of new amenities blocks there, Mr Mayor, that have been completed and are available for use.
They are now?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just the mention of those amenity blocks, Nick, for things like that, where are they designed? Something, is that internally designed?
No, we don't have the capacity internally to do the design of those amenities, so we typically will either run a design and construct contract. In this instance, I think we might have the design done previously. It was a construct-only contract on those. So we contract out the design.
I just was wondering about, someone mentioned to me about the skillion roof and that it was not characteristic with Toowoomba architecture, and I just wondered how those sorts of things came about and where they, I don't know.
There's quite an intense design process that we need to go through, and of course being in heritage listed Queen's Park, there's a number of consideration for us to make sure we comply with, and it needs the approval of Department of Environment and Science as well. So, if you have any of those inquiries and you want to get a more detailed answer, send them through and we'll get the appropriate people to be in touch.
Mr Mayor, could I just ask a follow-up to that? So, because it's heritage listed, it has to then be approved by whatever?
There's a higher level of assessment, yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. All right, thank you. Thanks, Nick.
Okay, any other questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of the Environment and Community Services Report? Councillor James. Councillor Tim. Questions? Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to Finance and Business Strategy. Shane.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon again, councillors. In terms of the FNBS Group report, I'll take the report as read, but there are some significant things that should be mentioned from it. First and foremost, local spend at the end of July is $18.6 million. That's a terrific result. It's lifted our local supplier spend better than 60%. so that's quite a milestone there. Similarly, paying within 14 days of invoice has increased to 82%, which is 9% up from the month of June, which is another great result for our suppliers and obviously well received in the current climate. On a social media front, we had nearly 15,000 social media engagements for the month, which is just under our highest ever rating, and that's terrific to see the amount of engagement that is occurring in that space. SIB and ICT have collaborated well with the support of over 80 testers across the organisation to assist us in our transition for the Technology One platform to the cloud. That's gone live. We had a couple of hours of heartache on day one. That was just a load balancing issue. Once that was resolved, it's gone exceptionally well. And what it does is it provides to the organisation enhanced security, better access to system upgrades and improvements to the accessibility of the system. Similarly, now that the Tech One Cloud transition has occurred, we're well on the way to the move to Technology One CI Anywhere with a project kick-off commencing for finance, purchase card and supply chain management with a go-live aimed for June 2022. And another significant enterprise system of council, Pathway, which is widely used across the organisation for our people, property and regulatory purposes, has kicked off our transition project to their new Pathway UX platform, which will support those users in a mobile, accessible, web-based version of Pathway, which will be terrific, particularly for a lot of our inspectoral staff out in the field. Mayor,
Any questions for the acting GM? Councillor McDonald.
Question. Thank you through you, Mayor, to Shane. Shane, on page 39 of 131, it talks about permanent staff turnover rate annualised at 18.8%. And my memory serves me correctly, the benchmark's around about 10% for local government. Just wondering if you could comment on that 18.8 and whether it's more about timing and more so than anything else in Woodsmooth.
Thank you, Councillor Jeff. Mayor, through you, the rate of 21 permanent staff turned over from our permanent establishment of 1,340 is 1.5%, annualised up to that 18.8. July has historically been a date for retirements based on financial advisors, tax benefit purposes, and so we believe the number is inflated because of that requirement, that desire.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Shane. Yesterday I happened to call the 131872 number and it took 5 minutes for me to get an answer to that call, and I would like it to be investigated to see whether that was just a one-off or whether this is a flow-on effect from our new management system, please. Wanting to ensure that there's efficient service provided in that 131 number, because it's something I promote and I always say how great it is and what great access the staff have to resources to assist people and help them get an answer to whatever they're ringing about, and I'd like to think that that efficiency continued. The fellow who responded to me was very pleasant. I didn't say anything to him about how long it took. But I think it's important that we're aware, and that's why I've raised it in this forum, that we are aware that a five-minute wait for a 131 number was a bit long. We're starting to look at Telstra numbers at that.
Mayor, if I may, thank you, Councillor. I'll take that on notice. We will investigate that, because if you actually look at the customer communication and engagement chart there,
I did.
Of the nearly 10,000 calls a month, the average wait time is generally less than 30 seconds for the last month, so that's actually quite an abnormal result. I definitely will take notice and we'll do some investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising.
Any further questions? If not, would somebody like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillors McDonald and Shine. Those in favour? It's carried.
Thank you.
Councillors, we'll move now to item 11, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for August 2021.
Good afternoon, councillors. I've only got one official one here. The rest will be in confidential later on. The Chief Medical Officer of the State of Queensland has invited us to and recommended that council joins that wastewater surveillance program for SARS, for testing for SARS virus and fragments of SARS virus in our main sewage treatment plant. So we'll participate with that. It's minimal cost to council. We have to take weekly samples and provide those through to the state, and then we'll work and liaise with the Queensland Alliance for Environmental Health Services at UQ, and also with the state if there's any positive readings in relation to that. It's an indicator. It's not evidence that there is live virus being shed into the system. It will pick up fragments from people that are no longer infectious, but it's a good indicator that the state wishes to have an overall view, particularly with the fast-moving Delta variety, of anywhere where that potentially is getting within the state. And obviously, as a state and as a region, we've done particularly well in relation to controlling COVID-19. This is just another tool that's available to council and to the state to monitor the progress of that if it was to actually get into our sewage system. So that's the main point that I just wanted to raise today. That'll be starting straight away, and the program is expected to run at this point until at least the end of June 2022, and obviously they'll reevaluate that at that particular point in time. So it's just another tool that's available, and obviously the normal things about maintaining good hygiene, good social distancing, all of those things apply. And if you do happen to get positive results, it's an opportunity for the state and for the council as a region to, I suppose, increase the penetration to the community through publicity about those very things and maintaining that into the future.
Thanks, Brian. Questions? Councillor Megan and Councillor Tim.
Oh, thanks, Mr CEO. I was just interested in the process, Brian, if a positive result is detected, do you know the process from there? Like, just in terms of whether it's made public straight away or what?
I'm not sure of the protocols that they've in place, but I'm sure they'd be consistent throughout the state, but I can familiarise you with those when I'm aware of them, but I'm sure our officers will be aware of those. And I think it's also about the level of concentration as well that indicates where there may be issues. But again, we would work very closely with the state in any instances where there is identification of fragments or of the virus within our sewage system.
Okay. Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. My question was very much in line with Councillor Megan's. I have seen news reports of towns or cities where they find it in the sewage and all hysteria breaks loose, and people don't like that, and then we go into fear and all of that kind of panic, and it doesn't mean there's a positive case. It means it's found in the sewage. So protocols around, and I know you said you don't really know, but keeping that info between those who need to know before it goes public is something that I'd like looked at, just to stop the fear associated with this kind of stuff. I think that's important.
Yeah, I'm sure the state's aware of that, and it's where those indicators, through their experience and their knowledge and their scientific knowledge, obviously, indicate that there is something that the community needs to know about. I'm sure they'll be on the front foot letting the community know.
Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. I think greater than our concern about fear is our public health responsibility. How many times has the request been made to Council that we do test the wastewater?
It's come through once from the Chief Medical Officer.
And how many times has it come from UQ?
I don't know. I can't answer that question.
My understanding through you is that this is the fourth time that Council has been asked to undertake this testing.
It's the first time we've had a formal approach from the level of the Chief Health Officer, who is clearly the main font of the scientific knowledge in relation to any response through the monitoring channels.
they've seen fit to ask us directly, and obviously I think they would see, which is what they've said, is they wanted a monitoring program throughout the state. We're obviously close to SEQ on the perimeter of those lockdown areas, so they obviously thought that there's good value into doing that at this point in time.
I think it's a great step, and I'm pleased that we're finally doing it.
So,
First time.
maybe for the sake of the councillors, are you aware of any other propositions that have come forward? I've had people send me emails, private people send me emails, but has any formal approach been made, in your knowledge?
Well, through you, Chair, I think General Manager might be able to add some more information to that, General Manager Platts, but like I said, my understanding was that this was the 4th request.
So,
Okay.
It's the first time we've had a request from the CHA.
Mr Mayor, can I just make a comment there? I agree with the CEO's the Chief Health Officer, through the Department of Health, is the appropriate request and the appropriate one that we respond to. That's my thought, and I'm quite happy that our community has done that through the council. Thanks.
I agree with that, but I've had a number of come to me from private citizens in the last 2 weeks, I suppose, and I just was asking from Councillor Von Hoff, you know, where did they come from, and you know, why didn't they get to the top level?
I think even around this table, from the very issue that that Councillor McMahon raised before, there's differing views about scaring the community. The results aren't definitive in themselves and need to be taken, need to be handled obviously by the biggest authority in the state, which would be the state. Initially, they were asking for people to voluntarily come on board. They've actually made a stronger approach to council to be included in the program, and I think some of that has been in response to the rapid onslaught of the COVID-19 up the eastern coast of Australia.
Okay. Question from the GM, an answer from the GM?
Councillors, I think the CEO's covered the material adequately.
Good, thank you. Councillor Summerfield, you had a question?
I do, thank you. I'd just like to say that in relation to the wastewater treating testing, I do hope there's a decent methodology in the process because, Brian mentioned, you know, how intense it is or whatever that's in there. It can cause confusion, and I can remember we had a discussion previously, and I think it was suggested by Brian at that time, imagine if somebody was travelling through, happened to use public toilets or whatever, and then that spiked up in our wastewater treatment, but they actually come from somewhere totally different, they're not in our community, and it causes an upset. And so there's pros and cons for all of this, and I think about Broken Hill. I read about Broken Hill the other day. One day they had it in their wastewater, they treated it the next day, no, they didn't have it in their wastewater. So it's quite concerning. But my question, sorry, Brian, is probably on notice, and that is around our legal services and just what percentage of our legal procurement is done at the local level rather than Brisbane or somewhere else based
I couldn't answer
legal.
that.
No, I'm saying on
I'll have to
notice.
take that on notice.
If you could, please. I think we need to make sure that our local procurement crosses all sections of council. So I'd be interested to hear that. Thanks.
Right.
Councillor Bill?
That's right, I don't have to move this anymore, do I? Comment through you, Chair. Brian, I concur with your comments. Let's step back from this as a single issue. The word fragments and indicator need to be taken in context with this testing. Councillors, we would be horrified if there was a range of tests for traces of all sorts of things in our wastewater stream. On balance, I'm happy with your response, Brian, and I think it should be treated carefully as an indicator because of the variables, as Councillor Nancy has more than adequately stated as well.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Any further questions, Councillor James?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I understand the sensitivity that exists around this, but I mean, I think it's a good step that we're doing this. And at the end of the day, it's not necessarily scaremongering, but I mean, if you find traces, you find traces. It is what it is. It's probably a comment, but.
That's what we should be doing, I think, isn't it? And obviously, Toowoomba's been very fortunate to be in the space we're in, but let's don't take that for granted.
I think where there's a previous testing and show there's nothing and there's something there, then the state, one of the things that they do initially is certainly get on to the promoting that people should be testing in those areas if they have any symptoms whatsoever, which is what the general advice we have across the state. However, but I think it's an opportunity to heighten the community's awareness if that's what has happened. And I have every faith in the way that the state and the CHO has dealt with it to this point in time and will continue to do so.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Brian? Not. Would someone like to move the receipt of that part of his report, please? Councillor Tim has moved. Seconder, please. Councillor Shine. Those in favour? That's carried. Move down to item 12, my monthly report. I started that off with the National Rugby League, NRL, and there have been some comments about people not being informed, but I think, in fairness, the NRL wish to speak to the leadership of the community in essence, as well as no doubt they're relating to the Darling Downs Health, all those people. Very happy with the way it went and very happy indeed with the outcome. Southern Queensland, Indian and New South Wales Border Regional Water Alliance, it's been held up dramatically by the change in the Deputy Prime Ministership of Australia. There were a number of attempts to meet, firstly with Deputy Prime Minister Joyce in Tenterfield. That had to be abandoned. But the contact we have, the very strong contact we have into that office is through Lawrence Springborg, who knows the Chief of Staff very well and knows Barnaby very well. So we're looking forward to that contact as soon as it can possibly be achieved. Western Downs Mayor Paul McVeigh, Southern Downs Mayor Vic Panisi and myself will be meeting with the Mayor of Banana Shire, Neville Ferrier, on the 27th of August to discuss his interest and his potential involvement in the Regional Water Alliance. As well as that, we've had verbal agreement from the Mayor of the South Burnett Council, who sees it as an opportunity for the South Burnett to become involved and possibly get some potential water that they would dearly like. On the 21st of July, Ellie Davenport, as well as Brendan Steinhardt, myself went down to the official announcement. Since then, I've been working, I've not only had a meeting with Mark Mason and Ali, but also have been having some preliminary discussions with the other two levels of government in the hope that we can present a common theme when it comes to infrastructure that we need and potential events that we would get here. As I mentioned earlier, I've been working with Assistant Commissioner Western Region Mike Condon in respect to paying some recognition to the emergency services people who go out so often and do so much work for us. His suggestion came back to me that he'd like to have a fundraising opportunity, a dinner or something of that nature, which would raise funds for and to help prevent domestic violence, something of that nature. So I was pretty pleased with that outcome. During the month, there's been a number of teleconferences with the Honourable Anastasia Palaszczuk, Premier, and also the Honourable Stephen Miles, and some of those conferences, particularly one that included the Treasurer, the Honourable Cameron Dick, did end up with some further matters to discuss, and I think you have I hope you have a copy that was sent to Cameron Dick from Mayor Jemison, where there was an indication that Cameron Dick thought that we would be able to match the money that the state government was putting in. And of course, that's a little bit hard for us to do that in terms of supporting businesses in our town. We have to do that in another way. I attended the farewell of Western Downs Chief Executive Officer, along with Brian, Ross Musgrove. It was very successful. We had a terribly successful Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors meeting. It was held at St George, and there were some pretty exciting things happening at St George, and you get the true understanding of what water in fact does when you go to a place like St George. There had been an economic development forum the day before under the leadership of Christian Rose, Regional Director of State Development. The matters that come out of that were on-farm quarantine, which the people in the St George area and other areas right across the region were trying to get to happen because they need workers and they need them quickly, and they want them to be out there once they've entered the country and spent some time. So we're very pleased to get a reply from the Premier when I wrote to her, and that led to a contact with a gentleman called Peter Donaghy, General Manager of Pacific Labour Scheme, Seasonal Workers, Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. He will be presenting at the annual conference to the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors prior to the starting of the actual conference proper. It would have seemed that housing is an issue, housing and land availability is an issue right across the region, and we've asked the Mayors O'Toole and Stuart Mackenzie to work with Trudy Bartlett and Christian Rose and to work on how we can best get good outcomes in new housing right across the state. The economic development officers were involved in that as well. The normal one of digital black spots came up, but RDA have employed a group called Gravel Road, they're consultants that are working towards better regional connectivity. A report will be coming to RDA and it will then thereafter come to the Council of Mayors. We had a very interesting presentation from two people from Thallon talking about the Thallon Rail Depot, and I think there's a lesson in that for all of us. Thallon was a town that was born on a rail line, and then the rail line was taken away, but it ended at Thallon, as it does still now. Thallon has become a very significant grain depot, and many of the trains you see coming through town here, the Watco trains and the other train group bringing grain, come actually out of that Thallon area. So it was a good lesson for us all, and that got us to having a discussion around working with the state government, once again, to improve the rail lines, which they're doing in the way to Thallon, but certainly the Western line that goes right out west to Quilpie. I think if we can improve those rail lines and get rail heads, with a spoke network around them of good roads, we'll get a lot of trucks off the main road and get going. I've got a list of the attendees. There were 9 of the 10 mayors turned up, and DPI was there, Premier and Cabinet were there, State Development, Regional Development Australia, Department of Infrastructure, Transport and Cities was there, Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise, CSIRO, Australian Rail Track Corporation, AgForce was represented, USQ, Catholic Care, Tourism, Local Government Association of Queensland, and also the people from Thallon. There were 2 ladies there that certainly drove that case, and South West Queensland Regional Organisations of Councils was represented by Simone Talbot. One of the other things that I haven't mentioned yet, and it's not in the report, is that Councillor Von Hoff and I spent some time at an LDM's local government disaster management group the other day, and I think there are some outcomes from that we ought to be giving some consideration to. One of the things that some of the councils are doing, and I speak specifically in this area of Southern Downs Regional Council, they have a mulching machine that they use to help facilitate fire breaks. They're getting a large mulching machine to come in to do the work. That's a hired-in one, but then there are smaller mulching machines that can be used for multiple purposes in this area, I would suggest, not only around fire breaks, but also around tracks and walking trails, that sort of thing, through the bush. They're just a machine that's got the capability of actually mulching and cutting up a 30-centimetre log. So they've got a bit of grunt, and you probably have to keep well away from them when they're in full flight. But I think we ought to give some consideration to, in our discussions with John Welke the other day, I think, first of all, strategically looking at these fire breaks, working with the fire service, and secondly, having a machine of that calibre to help us facilitate those fire breaks and keep them in good shape. So that's something that came out of the meeting the other day, and I think I've told you as much as I can. Councillor Von Hoff, did you want to make a comment about that?
Thank you, Chair. So I would just second everything you're saying, and if we can use this equipment to establish the fire trails, but then importantly maintain the fire trails, we are going to be protecting assets and we're going to be protecting lives. And importantly, I think we've learnt so much from 2019, 2020, and we really have a very good relationship with the fire officers, and the landowners themselves see so much value in this. So everything that we can do to facilitate that and listen to the best advice that we're receiving, that's a really positive step.
I think there's also a funding mechanism that we spoke of that day. There's an opportunity for us, and I don't know if Nick's still here, but there's a... sorry? You there, Nick? Yes. There's a funding mechanism too that could possibly help us along this track. Is it I forget the name of it now. You may know that, Councillor Rebecca.
I took some notes. Black Summer Grants, there's $1.6 million when the applications close the 2nd of September.
Yep. Yeah, look, I think that it's and particularly the attitude of the fire service, the rural fire service, in terms of strategic fire breaks, that kind of thing, and this sort of equipment helping us to maintain them all year round if need be. That's for sure. Councillor Shine? Sorry? No idea of the price, no. But there's the smaller ones are on a Bobcat, and Bobcats cost about $45,000 plus the attachments. So, but I think there is a much bigger one that they use in the initial phase that comes from the Ipswich area that Southern Downs have been using to facilitate some of their fire breaks. So I just wonder whether we should give that some consideration. Are we... sorry? You do use it now? We have one? Hired in, okay. And that's used in fire breaks as well? Nick, can you give us a bit of a rundown, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We have had a mulching attachment that we use on a Positrack machine similar to a Bobcat in our Bushland Parks area. We did dispose of that. We had a number of problems with upkeep and maintenance and training of our staff and dealing with the constraints. I think it had something like a 300-metre exclusion zone in the front of the machine and 200 metres out the back, so it's quite problematic in terms of its operation. Newer machines, that's probably from about 10 years ago, so newer machines might have addressed some of those issues, I'm not sure. We now contract in people to do that work for us, and you're right. It needs heavy equipment in the first instances to clear the trail, but then you can maintain it with much lighter equipment. But we've found that it's more efficient for us to contract that in with the maintenance of what we have at the moment. But I don't understand the problem in enough detail really to provide advice here. It's something I need to talk to the team about and explore all the various options.
I guess we had a fairly preliminary discussion about it, and Councillor Von Hoff and I decided we would bring it to Council just for awareness and potential consideration. Councillor Rebecca?
Thank you, Chair. My understanding is the capital cost of the equipment is sort of a fraction, and really it is, as the General Manager was talking about, it's those ongoing operational costs where that is where we should probably also be putting the application for that funding, because if we just apply for the capital expenditure of the mulcher, then who's actually going to drive it? Who's going to use it? How is that going to be? How are we actually going to be using it 12 months, 2 years and so on from now? So in that application, it would be advantageous to also include the operational expenses to really take advantage of that $1.6 million that's there.
Councillor Tim?
Oh, thanks, Chair. On a different matter from your report, I was interested in the on-farm quarantine proposal that you talked about at the Darling Downs and South West Queensland Council. And I note in Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk's letter back that more workers have actually been quarantined in farms than on hotels, or more workers have been quarantined in farms than on hotels. I note there was interest but kind of didn't sort of give any nods to the future of whether that program could be started in our region or others similar. And I note you've made a contact and that there'll be some further presentations in that, but is there any indication of that we might be looking at this here, or private businesses may be able to apply for this program right here? I do know that workers on our farms are still an issue, and we rely heavily on the overseas market for that, and this would be a great initiative. So how do we get this program up and running, I suppose, is the base of my question.
Well, the latest news on that isn't particularly good, that the people who wanted workers to come in were the Moon family, who were growing surprisingly significant areas of onions, slicing them and supplying a fair bit of Eastern Australia with sliced onions. They have houses that are unoccupied. They're wanting to bring workers in. At this point in time, the latest information I've got from Mayor Sam O'Toole is that that's not necessarily the way that the state government wants to go. And it's causing a fair bit of concern out there because their onion picking is coming up and they don't have the staff. So I'd have to investigate that a little further.
Yeah, thanks. And I noticed the letter said, get onto the PM about it as well. So it'd be good to see that fast-tracked and get some stuff happening here. And I'd welcome that push, and thanks for the work you're doing.
No, it's been remarkably successful in terms of people working together with a common cause, and I'm very pleased with some of the outcomes. And involving, people like the RDA, people like the government departments, people like AgForce, is giving us a really broad concept of doing what we can do to support that rural sector. Councillor Nancy, you had a question before?
I've got a few. Thanks, Mayor. So just in relation to the Olympic Games, Councillor Carroll brought up one other meeting about the hockey, and I'm really keen to make sure that hockey is front of mind with TSBE when they're doing this work that they're going to do, because we have great facilities out there, probably the best in Queensland. Councillor Carroll will be able to tell you. But I just think it's important that we make sure hockey has a front focus in all of this when you think about all the things that could be. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about equestrian, but I think the RNA have well and truly got that stitched up. They've been ready for years for this. So I think if we can focus on things like hockey that are achievable, it would be helpful. Just in relation to COVID, you've mentioned in your report how you've been in meetings with various people, including Mr Miles and Premier Palaszczuk. I'm just concerned that the only statistics that we're getting, whether it be from the CHO or anybody else, is just the number of COVID cases each day that are found. We're not being told how many of those cases are extremely ill. We're not being told the mental health impacts that are happening from these lockdowns, including the huge increase in suicides, particularly in young people, but also business owners that have lost their business. We're not being told about the domestic violence issues that are on the increase. We're not being told about child sexual abuse as a result of being locked down and not being able to get to school and get away, and that there are homes where people are drinking a lot of alcohol because they're locked down and these things are happening. We're not being told about the deteriorating education of young children who, in some instances, aren't getting home education as a result of the lockdowns. All of these things are going to have an impact not only now, but into the long term. We're talking decades of impact here. And I just feel that the full picture is not being read out to our communities. And we need to make sure that the whole picture is taken into consideration when these decisions are made. So I'm really hopeful, Mr Mayor, that you will consider taking that sort of thing back to your next meeting that you have with them, because it's very important, not only for our community, but communities across Australia, that we're fully informed of what's actually happening out there, not just every day how many COVID cases have been identified through testing. It's important, fully agree with that, but 1,200 people, over 1,200 people died from the flu in 2017 in Australia. So we need to have some sort of fair dinkum monitoring on this and not just focus on one stat. There are people being impacted every day, locked down in communities, domestic violence, suicide. It's serious stuff. And I'd like to think that someone at some stage would take the lead and make sure that we're getting the full picture and not just one stat.
Thank you for that. In terms of, can I start with the hockey? There's absolutely no doubt that hockey is definitely on the agenda. Definitely on the agenda. And you know, in your comments about RNA, they're probably the favourites to win it now. But what could we achieve if we had a centre of excellence for equestrian, not only pre the games, but post the games and into the years ahead? And I guess that's one of the things that we're looking at. In terms of the meeting we've had, yes, they've been short, brief meetings. They've concentrated specifically the recent ones, and I was an add-on to those meetings. I asked to be part of those meetings because I felt that we needed to make sure that if there was COVID-19 in the South East Queensland quarter and we were outside it, we needed to protect ourselves. And one of the first comments I made there was certainly about that protection, and I can assure you that within a couple of hours the police had certainly been reactivated at a much higher level than they had been to make sure that we were safe. I take on board all those things you're saying, they're absolutely true, but they haven't been necessarily the subject of discussion in those very brief meetings that we have. The brief meetings are to tell us about simply the number of cases, where they are, and what has to be done about them. That's what the purpose of those is, coming from the Premier, the Deputy Premier, the Chief of Police and the Chief Health Officer. But I'm certainly quite happy to take many of those points up that you've suggested, because they are the ultimate outcome of the pandemic. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. I would note that in New South Wales and in Victoria, perhaps because of their increased case numbers, when they are doing their daily reports, they report not just the case numbers, but also the numbers of hospitalisations, the number of people who are in ICU, the number of people who then in ICU are on ventilators, and then the number of deaths from COVID.
Yep. I think that's also being mentioned in Queensland, I'm sure, isn't it? I'm seeing that.
Fantastic.
I think so.
Councillor Megan.
Mr Mayor, I think I'll just make a comment that, you know, the only way out of this is vaccination. And if we want to stick on message, it's always mentioning the importance of vaccination.
Yeah, I'd agree. But of course, you don't have to go too far to run into someone who just flatly refuses to be vaccinated. And, you know, it's at their peril. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of other aspects of your report. You mentioned the problems with, I think you inferred the problems with the Western Rail line, needed some sort of upgrade. Just wondering about that, because I thought the government had upgraded that line for cattle movement purposes a few years ago. But what can you tell us any specifics about what's wrong with it, what has to be done in that regard?
Well, I think it's principally about maintenance and making sure it's suitable for carting a reasonable load. They're putting significant work into the southwest line at this point in time, the government, and I think the people of Thallon and that area generally, Gundawindi, are very happy about that. There's no question that we need to get as many trucks off the road as is humanly possible, and that, of course, is happening with those Western cattle. But I think in very general terms, the mayors out west, and I don't have any personal experience with this, are telling us at the meetings that there's a need for a much more acute level of maintenance on those lines to make sure that they actually do the job that they were originally designed for. And of course, the Thallon line used to go a fair bit further out, and that's all gone now. But, you know, maybe the demonstration that we got from the Thallon community of what this has brought to their town, including jobs, maintenance jobs, jobs in the grain depot, it's made a real change to the town of Thallon compared to where it was when the line sort of just completely cut out. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And that increase to Thallon has come at the expense of Dirranbandi, where the southwest line used to go. Very short-sighted view in taking the railway line away from Dirranbandi. There's a lot of produce, a lot of cattle come from out that way. But further to Councillor Shine's comment, the upgrade was done to the western line, not the southwestern line, because the cattle were coming from Quilpie out in that way over to the Oakey abattoir, but I don't know whether that's still happening. I think it only happened a couple of times. But a lot of chickpeas and other crops, but certainly large crops in good seasons of chickpeas came from the Dirranbandi, St George and out towards the Bollon as well. So that increase to Thallon has come at grave cost to the Dirranbandi, Bollon and Hebel areas. And it's very short-sighted. They've even pulled the railway bridges up. So they were promised a bitumen road, I think, 15 years ago, and I'm certain that that hasn't yet been completed.
Councillor Carroll, there's a... you're absolutely right about cutting that line off and not taking it further out. That area further out from St George, Dirranbandi, all those places is highly productive. And there ought to be a line re-established out there, and maybe in time there will, because the biggest complaint we're getting out of the Mayor of Boulogne is the destruction of the roads around Thallon, bringing the product to Thallon to actually transport it to the port.
Mr Mayor, Hebel, Bollon, out even further to Charleville, you know, that they came in to Dirranbandi. And I don't know who was in charge. They were asleep at the wheel, so it was a very poor decision. And in this country, when the railway line came up through the range here, it was an engineering feat of the century, and then nothing else was ever done. So, you know, it's timely we start talking about railway lines. In New South Wales, the New South Wales government has spent about $40 million upgrading some of those more rural connecting railway lines. In Queensland, there's been very little done.
Yep, no, I agree. And that's the point that came out the other day, Councillor Carroll, and the potential there is for some of these communities who have grain storages to actually, and of course there's cattle, there's wool, there's all those things coming out of that area, and the roads are deteriorating very rapidly. Councillor Shine?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just clarification, I was referring to the western line, not the southwestern line before. But my recollection going back 15 years was that some of these lines were closed because people weren't using them.
That's right.
They were using road transport instead. So sometimes, you know, the author of their own misfortune. Yeah, well, you can laugh, but that's true. Yeah, well, some time ago, perhaps. Now, the next question I wanted to ask you was in relation to the digital black spots. I just curious about that. What was digital about these black spots? And the reference to Gravel Road Consultants, is it any mystery there, or is it just normal black
Gravel
spots?
Roads is simply the name of the group doing the study for RDA, and of course it's a very common theme and out there, digital problems, and it doesn't relate to the roads, I can assure you. But I noticed some very interesting stuff coming out on TV recently on ABC, I think it might have been Landline, about a privately owned IT connection up in North Queensland that really has gone well, and it's servicing a rather large area now. And it was just some person's dream, some person who wanted to do a fair bit of work on IT for their operation, and it's slowly been expanded from there. So there's opportunities, but in saying that, You're probably asking the wrong person the wrong questions, I think. Councillor Nancy?
Excuse me, Nancy, can you just push your button on you, please? Thanks.
Sorry, guys, girls, everyone online. I'm sure there's thousands listening. I just wanted to talk about the ARTC Inland Rail. There's been commentary in the Australian on the weekend. One was from one of our councillors putting across their view, and one was from our local federal MP, Garth Hamilton. I'm concerned that comments are being made that could have an impact on what happens with the Inland Rail. If you look on a map, to go from Gundawindi to Roma to Gladstone is certainly much quicker than coming here, and we need to be very careful in what we do. If we start burring up and making it difficult for the federal members, we'll end up with a rail line not coming here at all, in my view. And I think we need to be very careful in making commentary. We as a council have never made a decision that we wanted a track to go one particular way, and nor should we. So I just think there should be a little bit of care taken in relation to what we do as far as Inland Rail goes.
Well, I think there has been a fair bit of care taken, Councillor Summerfield. I certainly
Not in
wouldn't
that
comment.
article.
Not in the article?
No.
Well, I read it and I didn't read that.
No. Mr Mayor, I'd just like to make a comment that I come from that area out around Gundawindi. I was at the first Inland Rail thing that happened over at North Star a long time ago, and I commented on there as Chair of Infrastructure and former Mayor of Cambodia Shire, where those small communities, where it has been discarded, costing a whole lot more money, would be divided in half by about, up to 12 trains a day, double stacked. So I feel I have every right to comment on that, and I make no apology for it because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, look, I'm very keen to keep out of this equation because there's
Yes, we should.
a lot of research has been done, a lot of work is happening out there with geotech and so forth, and it hasn't been handled particularly well by a few of the parties that are involved in it, I don't think. And this country needs an appropriate rail line. It's a national project. And, with the freight task in this country trebling by 2050, something has to happen, and it needs to happen as soon as possible.
Could just follow up on that. There's not enough money for our connector roads now. So with the freight task tripling in 30 years, we'll have nothing to drive on.
Yep. And I think there's been a recognition, particularly by the members of Parliament, of the importance role that, the logistics will play in the life of Toowoomba, and that Inland Rail would have to be a major part of that. But anyhow, it's in the hands of higher levels of government to wait and see. Any other questions? Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Melissa and Councillor Vanessa. Rebecca. Sorry. Nearly got you right. That's not your second name, is it? Sorry about that. Rebecca. Melissa and Rebecca. And laugh if you like, but we may all make mistakes. Anyone got any further questions? If not, I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Right. We move now to the item 13, which is the Regional Advanced Manufacturing Cooperative Research Centre. Seamus. Vanessa.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. Before you today is a proposal for Council to participate in a new cooperative research centre, and I might just shorten that to CRC if you'll let me, that's been proposed by USQ amongst several other regional Australian universities. So the Regional Advanced Manufacturing CRC is proposed to be a 7-year CRC that would focus on building the capacity of manufacturing in regional Australia. So the USQ and the other bid partners are putting a bid together to a federal government funding program that does close in about a week's time for the first stage. And they're seeking commitments from partners to participate in the CRC. And there's a range of participation options that are available. A lot of those options are probably best suited to manufacturing organisations who would stand to benefit directly from what a CRC would undertake. There are, however, a couple of options that may be suited to a local government that recognises the importance of manufacturing to their economy. And in our region, manufacturing is incredibly important. It's recognised in our economic development strategy as a priority industry. It's our 7th largest industry in terms of value added, our 2nd biggest exporting industry behind mining, and I guess the foundation of a lot of other industries. So Council has the opportunity to participate in this CRC in 2 ways. One would be as what's known as an affiliate partner, which would enable some visibility through the CRC as to what work is being undertaken, and there's definitely benefit in that, and it'd allow Council to be noted as a partner. The other option would be to make a financial commitment to the CRC bid, and that would allow for Council to nominate, if the CRC bid is successful and the CRC goes ahead, then that financial commitment would enable Council to nominate a project related to the local manufacturing sector that we would like explored by the CRC partners. And I guess that could be best done potentially in consultation with stakeholders in the region and manufacturers, but it could cover things like some of the skills requirements, and I guess we hear about a lot of the skills requirements required in our metal manufacturing sector and how hard it is to attract skills for those businesses. It could be a topic for the CRC to look at what the challenges are in that space and maybe what some of the technology alternatives might look like if we've got sustained skills shortages that can't be overcome. So the Council is at the moment participating in a CRC through the Fight Food Waste CRC, so Economic Development and Waste Services have partnered with USQ in that project, and back in June of last year, Council made a commitment to the One Basin CRC that was proposed by USQ at the time. So that commitment was to be potentially $50,000 and some in-kind. That CRC was unsuccessful in its bid to that round of federal funding. USQ has subsequently sourced alternative funding to enable it to undertake the research that they had proposed to do through that One Basin CRC. So the recommendation before you today is to withdraw our commitment to the One Basin CRC that we understand proponents are putting forward for the current round of federal funding, and to consider making a commitment, a financial commitment of $50,000 to the RAM CRC. That would, on the basis of if the CRC was successful, for us to be able to nominate a project that we would like explored for us to support this important sector in our economy.
Questions for Seamus? Not the only one that forgets to put it on, Nancy. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So, Seamus, the One Basin CRC has been unsuccessful. Is what we're recommended here on the RAM CRC, basically, is it just switching out One Basin for RAM? The conditions are the same. So what we agreed, which was very hard fought for, I will add, for One Basin CRC. Now we would be switching that across to the RAM CRC.
So my understanding of our commitment to the One Basin CRC was a 50,000 non-binding financial commitment and consideration of in-kind commitments through staff time and other resources. So I guess in that respect, in the financial side of it, it would just be a clean swap from one to the other. And I guess the good situation there is that USQ has the funding to pursue what they wanted to under that One Basin CRC that doesn't require a financial contribution from council.
Okay, Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Seamus, I'm still not really clear if at the 50,000, that's 50,000 over 2 years, 100,000 over 2 years.
So the option that probably, the financial contribution option most suited to council and one that was suggested by USQ was called the, sorry, let me get the name, the Innovation Express partnership option. So that model under the CRC allows for a maximum 2-year project length and up to $100,000 commitment. So 2 lots of 50,000 nominally. Now that contribution can happen at any point within the 7-year life of the CRC. So if you chose to go with 100,000 and 2 years and 2 projects, that could be at, for instance, year 2 and year 5 of the CRC. There's flexibility. So what's been, I guess, proposed in this report is a 1-year financial commitment of 50,000 that would allow us to pursue one project that would have a value of 100,000 with council making 50,000 and the federal government funding programs providing the other 50,000.
Okay, so I suppose that in a way answers my question. I just am not really clear on what you're buying, like, or are you contributing to a total pool and then they're working out what projects that might be best for everyone who's contributed, not just us and to our specific problem that we might have?
Yes. Very good point, Councillor. Yeah. So I guess the concern with the CRC might be that it is a national program and we've got universities from across Australia participating and businesses across Australia participating. As a financial partner and a contributor, we would have control over what project we wanted pursued for our investment. So we would be able to say, okay, we want research undertaken through the CRC on this topic specifically to our manufacturing sector within Toowoomba. Now, it would be relevant to the Toowoomba region, but I guess what it would draw on is expertise and knowledge from across Australia.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Ms Mayor. Could I just follow up? I mean, I understand that, but I just sort of think, okay, if our problem is that we don't have enough people trained in welding here in the region, are we better to spend 50 grand trying to train up some welders? Yeah, I mean, I know it's, you know, in terms of sort of picking a winner, I guess.
I think from my perspective, that shortage of welders that we do hear a lot about has been a sustained shortage and not something that's happened recently. So perhaps there could be some other approaches that could be explored through universities that could apply to the businesses in our region that are facing those shortages, that could introduce them to new ways of doing business that means that they're not as reliant on those hard-to-find skills. And I'd just raise that, I guess, that is just one potential project idea, and I think it would be best for us to engage with our other economic development partners like TISB and State Development and manufacturers themselves to identify where the research is where we're going to get the most benefit from.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Seamus. Seamus, I too was confused by recommendation 2, the wording in recommendation 2, because if you look at Tier 3 Innovation Express Partners in the report, it reads much more complex than that. But having said that, if everyone's comfortable with that wording as being enough, that's fine. But I did wonder about, I found that the last few words in that second recommendation were very loose, and that is, and consideration of in-kind support. When you think about, you know, we considered this morning NRL support, 15 grand for one game. We've got no value on what our consideration of in-kind support is, and it's delegated to the CEO. So it would never come back to us. We would never know how much is spent. We could spend $40,000 or $50,000 on in-kind support and we wouldn't know about it. And so I find that quite loose.
Okay. Some of that in-kind support might well be sharing some of the research that we've done in some areas.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
Yep.
Does it say anywhere in the report what we are going to do with the in-kind support?
I guess it's up to council to determine whether they wanted to limit the degree of in-kind support, and we could structure that into the negotiations with the CRC. So they highlighted that the in-kind support could range from provision of information or data that we have available to us that others may not, through officer time, through the provision of meeting rooms, etc. So it could come across a variety of different sources and types. Acknowledge that it doesn't provide councillors with any specific guidance on what the ceiling of that might be, and there's no particular reason why we couldn't incorporate that.
So we could say to a maximum of $5,000.
Councillors could make that decision, yes.
Well, otherwise it's an open book, you know. And I think that, you know, I think hours are now catalogued, aren't they, as to what's spent where, what hours are spent where by staff, and I think we do need to have a bookend on it.
Are you making a suggestion, Councillor Summerfield?
I guess I am, that
terms
we
of
amend
quantity?
it to, of in-kind up to $5,000.
Bit mean, isn't it?
Well, there you go, see? This is what I'm saying. Someone else might say 50,000.
Yep. Righto, can we leave that till we get through the questions?
Yep.
And we'll discuss that point then. Councillor Shine, you're next.
What's been the history of Toowoomba Regional Council's contribution to the finances of the USQ? Is this exceptional, apart from one basin last year? Was that the first occasion that because normally you would expect the other levels of government to be contributing to the university as opposed to a local government, I would have thought.
Yes, so just clarify that this wouldn't be an investment into USQ, this would be an investment into the CRC, of which USQ is one of 6 bid partners. The CRC has advised, and they do require the exact details to be commercial in confidence, but that tens of millions of dollars have been secured under this bid thus far, and several million has been secured locally through different partners. So there are a number of local governments that will have committed to being involved if the bid were successful. And I understand some Regional Development Australia organisations as well. So the funding commitment itself wouldn't be to USQ, it would be to the CRC, of which, USQ is one of the partners, of the major partners.
Yes, follow up. Yep.
I think as USQ presentation to Council highlighted, a number of innovations across Australia in the history have resulted from CRCs, and And I think as a mechanism to support research into specific industry issues, it's a particularly attractive model where I guess the government, the federal government in this instance, is dumping up half of the money. So a good outcome for industry, and I guess from local government's perspective, where manufacturing is important, what's good for manufacturing is good for our economy.
Okay, Councillor Kyle.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Comment, if I may. Notwithstanding Councillor Nancy's comments about consideration of in-kind support, what is that amount? Look, the words consideration, I would take that as, even if you want to say it comes back to Council for future consideration, the amount of in-kind support, because we don't know, we don't have the crystal ball of where this CRC will go. But let me just say, for the first time in a long time, this potential model, I absolutely support in the context of a few things. Over many decades, there's been a degradation of manufacturing in our nation. The pandemic, and whatever the next crisis will be, has shown us just how dependent we are as a nation on other nations around manufacturing. And you talk to any local business in manufacturing, a small business, and I do with a few in my personal interests in how I engage with those businesses, and they will tell you how the manufacturing supply chain has dried up and how dependent they are and how much of a price taker they are with international supply chains. And we've traded away our position on the capability of manufacturing a lot of that stuff that we used to in this nation, and we could still. This is a mechanism, in my opinion, that helps us solve big, terrible, wicked problems. This is a big ship that needs to be turned, and it won't turn fast. But it's something that I see as a positive step in the right direction, and we need to support it. We actually need to support it from the context of a collaborative approach. The problems aren't just about welders in our area, and we might very well start a local initiative for welders in our area, but it's the linkages around the broader manufacturing supply chain and production of goods in this nation. The networks and linkages support is just simply not there. So here we have a university, we have numbers of businesses ready to roll up their sleeves, and government for the first time in a long time, I think, is getting to the point of realisation of just how dependent and the lack of independence we have in this sector. Sorry I raved on, Mr Chair, but I really do think we should jump into this and let's see what can be achieved by being a positive participant in this process. Sorry, that was a debate, but anyway.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Totally agree with Councillor Bill and many of those words. I mean, this is a cooperative research centre, a higher level of research, I guess, and in kind would be on what comes out of that. Also, the word in this recommendation is consider. We're talking about welders here. Maybe it will show up a lack of trades where TAFE is a much better partner for trade rather than the university. I don't think it means that everything has to be connected to the university, because this study may find out that there's a lack of electricians, which council has an issue with at the moment or has for a while, or welders or whatever else. But it doesn't mean that it has to be university-based. This is just the Cooperative Research Centre. I think I was quite taken with the presentation, and certainly in the days of the issues with China and everywhere else, we have traded away our ability in most forms of manufacturing. And as Councillor Carla said, world events have shown us that that wasn't a very wise thing to do. And I think at a local level, that's what we're looking at here, I would imagine. It's not those great big things, but it's at a local level how we can find the gaps and whatever else that can be addressed and find a way to address them where it will give us some benefit to our economy and our local producers here. So I support it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. I think the critical thing for us, if we want to be in some way involved in the opportunities in this community, is to actually be part of this, to be at the table. And how you want to achieve that, that doesn't worry me. But I think you'll find, and this has already been said by the previous speakers, manufacturing in this nation has been allowed to go down to the state where it needs to be repaired and repaired as quickly as we can. So it will give us the opportunity to actually, by being part of this, will give us the opportunity to be part of it. And as far as the wording goes, I'm not too concerned about the wording, just as long as we're at the table. And I noticed, and consideration to in-kind support. Consideration is a non-binding financial commitment of $50,000, and consideration of in-kind support doesn't give much comfort to the university, really, because it means that we can step away if we're not happy. I would think, those two phrases.
Sorry, I don't agree with it going up to $5,000. I don't agree with that at all. If we're going to do that, we might as well not be in it.
Well, would we put in there a necessary in support as agreed to by council? But, you know, being at the table in this one, I think is important. And the manufacturing can be in a fairly broad range of things, and hopefully there'll be a development in a wider range to broaden our economy. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to Seamus. Seamus, I'm just trying to put this in a practical sense. Today we, as a council, voted to accept a proposed project for application for Queensland Recycling Modernisation Fund, and it's a confidential report, so we won't go into any detail. However, I am encouraged to note that two of the programs that are highlighted within this CRC are circularity and energy futures. And I would see that from a research perspective, that would go beautifully with what we're trying to achieve in regard to that. And I just wonder whether that's a practical example of how our councils, the community's $50,000 would be well spent to identify possible industry out of that manufacturing of that particular program. Is that a practical example?
Yes. Don't have to press the button. Yes, you're right, councillor, and I would say that the Manager of Waste Services has been made aware of the CRC bid, and I guess is interested in what the alignment with our resourcing sector might look like. So internally, when we think about who the partners might be, Waste Services could be one that gets involved in this.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor McDonald?
No, I'm happy to push forward and move it if need be.
That's open to you now if you wish to.
Mayor, councillors, I'm comfortable to move the motion that's before us, motion 1 and motion 2. There's any need to read that out with the addition that's been put on there at number 2. I think that gives some transparency for council. Happy to move that as it is.
Councillor McDonald has moved, Councillor Carter has seconded that. Any comments around the room? Those in favour? Motion is carried. Councillor Megan, do you wish to make a comment? Have your vote recorded? Okay. Good. Right, now we'll move to item 14. Thanks very much, Seamus. Item 14, which is matters for which notice has been given. Councillor Von Hoff request for a delegation with Queensland Government regarding financial relief for ongoing water cutting costs.
Thank you, Chair. So the motion there, councillors, that I seek your support in is that Council formally requests that the Honourable Glenn Butcher, Minister for Regional Development and Manufacturing and Minister for Water, as well as the Honourable Anastasia Palaszczuk, Premier and Minister for Trade, receive a delegation from Toowoomba Regional Council with the intent of Council requesting financial relief for ongoing water carting costs to Clifton that have been borne by ratepayers, noting the amount is now in excess of $1.8 million.
Okay. Can I just add a couple of things at the beginning of this? After quite an absence, I've been able to contact Minister Butcher again, and I've been able to revisit some of the correspondence that we've had over the years. And I go back to the Honourable Dr Anthony Lynham MP, a letter dated the 10th of September 2020, where you and I, Councillor Von Hoff, co-signed a letter to him. And I read, I recognise that your neighbouring Southern Downs Regional Council is carting water to one of its communities, Stanthorpe. While the Queensland Government has stepped in with financial assistance for Stanthorpe water carting, it is important to recognise the state's funding decision was in response to specific circumstances facing SDRC. This decision was underpinned by advice from Queensland Treasury Corporation of SDRC's circumstances that were quite different to TRC. The discussion, and I was finally able to get him on the phone this morning, and he's coming through here in September, and I've asked him to call in and talk to us. His staff are certainly looking to include us in that itinerary. Now, one of the things that happens here, and I can give you Mount Morgan out of Rockhampton as an example. Mount Morgan are in serious trouble for water.
Yep.
Rockhampton is their regional council, based regional council, and there is a very intensive long-term financial study being done by Queensland Treasury now to see if Queensland Treasury can see a reason why they would help Rockhampton. I think that is one of our big issues, in that the strength of our economy here, as different possibly to, and I don't know, I haven't examined the books of Southern Downs, but I think our chances of actually getting something of this nature to happen in terms of paying that 1.8 million are terribly slim. But I think our chances of getting some support to grow our water capacity, and you and I talked about that the other day, the potential there is to, Councillor Von Hoff, potential there is to actually put a bigger pumping station at Wivenhoe, secure our water futures. The chances of getting that could well be made a little more difficult if we're to go chasing this at this point in time. I'm personally of the belief that we go for the bigger picture stuff. And yeah, Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Rebecca.
Can I speak to that? Thank you. Mayor, your point about going for the bigger stuff, that would be fantastic, but there's no bigger stuff on the table. We're waiting for a business case that's not due to be handed down until 2023, mid-2023. So I think that we have made a request for that, our carting costs to be met by the state government. That initial request and subsequent conversations have not produced results, but with respect, I think that we try again and we try a different approach. And I think that that's what our ratepayers would expect of us. And I don't think we have to choose either or. That's a terrible position for a local government to be put in. You can either ask for relief of carting costs or the costs be met for a yet to be determined water supply option. I think it's a both end. And they might say no to us again, but it's worth trying again.
Yeah, well, the attitude I'm getting certainly out of my conversations with Minister Butcher is, and you know, we've heard him say no. You and I have heard him say no in that room upstairs. Yep. We have clearly heard that. Yep. And I personally believe that, and you know, we're certainly going to disagree on this point. I think we've got to bring that future water thing forward in view of the potential growth and the what I see in the Engeni report that I don't think is totally accurate. I think we've got to bring that request forward to increase the amount of water coming to Toowoomba. And I don't want to muddy the waters by having another go at something that we just won't win. It just will not win that.
So, Mayor, when did you have your conversations with Minister Butcher?
This morning. He finally, he's been away, he's been in lockdown, and he's been up north in Darwin, and he rang me this morning as a result of probably 10 phone calls I've made to his office.
I think that you and I agree that we need a water source to be brought forward
Yes.
in a much more critical way. But I think it's what a sad situation that there's the sense that we can only ask for one thing.
Well, we've asked for this about 3 times, and we've had a flat refusal each time, and a reason for a refusal.
Well, we'll
And that's
pass
possibly the strength of our economy here in Toowoomba.
So,
Councillor Carroll.
thank you, Mr Mayor. I am a bit tired of hearing about the strength of our economy in Toowoomba. We're a regional council. We have a city and a big regional area with 36 townships. We're a council that has just as much pressure as other councils. And the fact is, it's a domino effect. The money's spent on the water and it can't be spent on something else. So if we have a look at our roads and we have a look at our footpaths and we have a look at stormwater and we have a look at everything else, we only spend that money once. Now, what makes our regional and rural communities less important than the township of Stanthorpe, which is very important, but what makes our rural communities less important? I don't think there's anything. And I think that, whatever we spend, 1.8 million on our water, when another community and others are being considered, I think it's a bit rich to say, and I don't mean you, but it's a bit rich for the government to say that we're going to pick this winner and pick this winner because, Toowoomba, they're a big council. Their economy is very strong. We might have a strong economy because it's well managed, but the other thing is we've got lots of need here too, and we just tell people we can't afford it. And I'm a bit tired of telling people that we can't afford roads and other things. This is one council, and when we spend the money once, it has to come from somewhere. And I think that this community deserves to have its money given back to them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Summerfield, were you next?
Thank you, Chair. And I agree wholeheartedly with both Councillor Carroll's passion and also Councillor Rebecca's doggedness to stick with this. I think it's very important that we do this, but I think it's also very important that we understand why we're doing it. This is not a drought expense. This is a water quality expense. Even though the Chronicle continues to say it's a drought issue, it's not. It's a water quality issue. There's water down there, just can't be used. And we need to clarify that when we meet with the Minister and hopefully Premier. Councillor Rebecca and I argued for months to have a bore put down there to try and ease this issue. It was finally listened to by the organisation, and hopefully there'll be relief come October and we'll actually start getting our own bore water into the town. The other delay that we've got is the Southern Pipeline that we've had in place and would already be built by now if we hadn't had this mad persona of the Premier going down there and making that announcement with no consultation with us. So there's issues there that do make us a special case. Some of it is caused by the fact that that pipeline hasn't been able to be built because the Premier announced her pipeline. And we need to have all the facts in front of us when we meet with them. And we need to put it forward strongly. And you don't say take no just because it's been told to you. You never did it as a kid and you shouldn't do it as an adult. So I just think we've got to keep putting our case forward, putting the full picture forward and try and get a result. Sure, we want the big picture water as well, but we need to get that money.
Okay. Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks. This motion is about recouping the costs of 1.8 million that we've spent on water carting. And it actually seems to me like the motion was brought up and then you've read your own literature saying that as early as today and going back several years, and you've already got a future meeting booked in September that is exactly what this is calling for. And I think that goes back to perhaps there should have been some communication before this was brought to the table when it's already being done on one page and then we're asking for it again, is my initial thought. I'd actually like to ask a few clarifying questions to Councillor Von Hoff through you, Chair. What do you mean by a delegation? Who's in that? Who are you thinking?
What a pleasure it is to be able to clarify for you, Councillor McMahon. The first
didn't mean to
point,
cause
the first, I'm
offence. It
sorry,
was a
I'm
simple
speaking. I'm
question.
sorry, I'm speaking. The first point to clarify is that we have discussed this around this chamber as recently as last week.
Thanks,
so
I
it's
was
not,
here.
it's, well, then you should remember it. The second point is the Mayor said himself that he had a conversation this morning. And the Mayor also said himself that it's not his preference to ask for this funding. The third point is a delegation. I'm agnostic. I don't care who goes. I would take my lead and advice and counsel from whomever the organisation thinks best. If that's the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor, great. If that's the CEO and the Mayor, great. But it has to be made in a real, genuine way. I would love for Councillor Summerfield and I to be included in that, because you can tell from the passion that we speak to this that it is something that's very important to us. But it's not, this to me is not about the personalities, it's about the community and the ratepayers and the outcome.
No, thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Look, it was a simple clarifying question. I actually have another one. I just don't know about the point that we pass motions requiring other people to do things. In effect, we're saying we want to set up meetings with our Premier and our Minister regarding this. Look, I don't, what are they just could say no and we're back to the square one. I don't know why we need a motion to get them to do things and come to the party. And I think if we wanted a meeting with them, do we really need a motion for this? Is it really going to solve anything? They say no and it's all off the table. So this whole idea of a motion from us requiring other parties out of our control to do things, I'm just wondering and there have been motions to this nature in the past that I've happily voted for, but I think it requires a question. I don't know if it's the best use of, does it actually mean anything?
Thank you.
Councillor Shine, you had your hand
Can I
up.
just answer that?
Oh, sorry? Yep, you can answer.
The wording is that we formally request that these people meet with us. And is it worth it? Well, that's a question on each of us to see, is $1.8 million worth it? Is $1.8 million worth us councillors maybe losing face? And I'd say the answer is yes, because it's for our community.
I didn't ask about 1.8 million, I asked about the people, but thank you for clarifying.
Okay, Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. We all agree that it would be good to get the 1.8 million and get it from another source rather than our ratepayers. But I'm inclined to agree with your approach, Mayor, bearing in mind what you said before. There are differences between our situation, or the Clifton situation, and the Stanthorpe one. Stanthorpe had been through terrific hazardous times with bushfires, and that differentiates it, I think, from the situation which has arisen in Clifton. Clifton, fortunately, is in the Toowoomba region, and fortunately the Toowoomba region has the Wivenhoe pipeline and the dam to guarantee its water supply, from which the water is coming to relieve Clifton. So in terms of, the issue facing the state government at the time is quite, in my view, quite different. Certainly, and Councillor Taylor, Carol Taylor referred to the strength of the economy of Toowoomba. That shouldn't be an argument in favour of Toowoomba being able to look after itself, but I think it really is. I couldn't imagine, I don't know what the finances are of Southern Downs at all, but I couldn't imagine that its capacity to save Stanthorpe was anywhere near our capacity in comparison to save Clifton. From my own experience in State Parliament, the timing of this is bad. We've heard discussion here before about when to approach the state government with respect to budget requests, and really it's not far off. It should be always done around about November, December of the year before the Mayor budget. And I think the timing, therefore, in order to get money for this project or any other project in next year's budget should be made shortly. In my experience, I wouldn't have thought that the government has too much spare money over. The federal government's not splashing money around to the states, as we know, and I would suspect that there is real constraints on state government ministers in terms of their spending. This might be something to do with the negative answers to date. I think it's very relevant that your relationship, Mayor, with Minister Butcher apparently is an excellent one. You've mentioned it on a number of occasions. You've been successful in getting that $3 million for that project, which is no mean feat.
Can I just butt in there? And there's a letter co-signed by Councillor Von Hoffen, Councillor Summerfield, and that was well before the $3 million was announced, and I think that might have been the seed that was necessary to be sown to get that $3 million.
Well, no, thank you. I would hate that relationship to be in any way impaired by yet another approach. You mentioned before, I think we've made 3 approaches already on this issue, and the answer realistically won't be any different this time I think, for the reasons that I've given. It was interesting that Councillor Nancy acknowledged that part of the reason for the delay is our own tardiness in agreeing to put down that bore, along with the government's announcement of the Warwick pipeline. But so part of it, at least, can be attributable to us. And finally, the Minister, you've announced you've been able to persuade him to come here in a few weeks' time.
He's going to Goondiwindi, and he's given me an undertaking. He will call in here on the way, and that may be our best opportunity to actually sit down with him. All of those who want to be there can sit down with him and go through it step by step.
Well, I think that's probably achieving what really Councillor Bonhoff wants to achieve, and that is a meeting with the appropriate minister. Perhaps you might even persuade him to meet at Clifton, where locals can be there and hear it firsthand as well.
Okay. Councillor O'Shea's next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just my position on this, I'm supportive of the motion for a couple of reasons, and I just want to quickly articulate those. I know we're not in debate, but I mean, the point was made before. I'm not sure if it was Councillor Summerfield or Councillor Bonhoff. It's important we do it, but it's more so, it's important why we do it. So that's the question I think we actually need to ask ourselves. So I ask myself, why is it important we do it? It's not because we've been told no. It's not because we think we know what the answer is going to be. One, there's the financial impact of it that we know that is real, tangible, it exists there. But two, is it worth asking the question because of what we know we are getting asked from our community? So at the last round of community consultation, as an example, I was with Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and myself at Greenmount. Now, whilst there wasn't a large number of people that came to that, every one of them that came to it, I don't need to articulate to you what their number one concern was and what they asked. What are we doing? So from a community point of view, the quality of that water and the concern that it's caused in that area alone, I think it also is upon us as leaders around this table to show our community what are we doing and what are we willing to do to try, at whatever odds are perceived to be against us or whatever answer we think we might get, but what are we willing to do to try and get an outcome for this? That's what it comes down to for me, asking myself, why do we do it? And that's why. So that's why I respect the opinions that have been shared around the table and most certainly understand them, but that's why I land in the position that I do, and I really, what have we got to lose? Seriously, why wouldn't we?
Thank you. Councillor Megan. And then I've got Councillor McDonald, Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Carl. Sorry?
Thanks.
Right, I'll put you in there. Right, Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. To Councillor O'Shea's point, I think that is a very good question. Why are we doing this when we're going to get the same answer? Is it for some a reason that we are showing the community that we're doing something, or are we trying to achieve an end? And to my mind, there is a thing called soft diplomacy rather than megaphone diplomacy. And I think, it's probably a redundant comment in some ways because this is here, it's in this forum and it's being live streamed. But, there's that old saying about whether you catch more with honey than you do with vinegar. And I think sometimes we probably need to think about why we're doing things too. And I agree with Councillor Shine. I think the situation with Stanthorpe is different to here, and we have already been thrown a lifeline years ago with Wivenhoe, and it's a different situation to where Clifton is. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. I do have a question. Councillor Nancy might have confirmed it for me. The timing of Clifton Bore coming online is in October? Okay. So if I step back from the emotion of why we do or why we don't, and try and take a broader view, and that is the state's view, and I liken it to, or around the subject of priorities, and I liken this to our own budget. We'd like to do everything, but the facts are we don't, and we have to prioritise. And I just wonder if some of the examples that have been said about other areas, in the state's view and the department and the technical advice they receive, those priorities have to be handled in a manner that is, well, the reality is we can't do everything at once. As much as I think it is, we would like that 1.8 million recovered, absolutely. But if I put the state's hat on, it could very well be that they say, well, that's fine, but you guys are a water service provider in your own right, and you have an obligation to make sure that you provide people in your region with water. So I don't say that I'm not taking a position either way here, but I'm just trying to view it in the broader context of how we, in a smaller situation, prioritise our own budget. So I just wonder what the outcome would be of us going down, and for those of us that have been in delegations to ministers' offices, I just wonder what different outcomes, given Mayor, your undertaking to get Mr Butcher here in September. I sort of think that we need to probably view it in those contexts and don't polarise ourselves here by putting on a position of viewing this from our patch. And as much as that irks me to say that, 1.8 million is not a small amount of money, but in the scheme of things, we have to work within the boundaries and confines we do, and there are some things we just simply cannot influence.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I've got no problems about the motion in regard to having a deputation, but I think if we go with the same messages that we've had, I know we've added the Southern Water Pipeline, I think odds are that we will get the same response. So I just wonder, Councillor Vonhoff, whether we shouldn't change our tact a little here and working on our capital program for the GAB, working on also then the treatment plant, which is in our budget, and particularly around the wastewater, the sewerage, where it was only at the June meeting where the project is almost trebled in value. It was 1.3 million, trebled in value, and will come to budget review 1 for us to consider, and that's a massive impost on us as well. So I just wonder whether we shouldn't be even looking at, dare I say it, item 17 on today's agenda, which talks around prioritised projects for resources, community infrastructure fund round 1. and perhaps, and that closes on the 27th of August, I wonder if it's the capital that we should be looking at rather than the operational, because inevitably that will continue to grow. And we've got a couple of options there, because we've got not only the wastewater, but of course we've got the water treatment plant as well, all of which to be delivered in this coming financial year. So it would actually fit, it would align with that project. Strangely enough, and we've mentioned this before, items that aren't committed in the budget are looked more favourably upon. We have got some money in the budget for the sewage treatment plant, but not the quantum, which would be a budget review. And I'm not sure how public that is, because it's probably got to go through tender if it hasn't. But it's in the mega dollars. So perhaps that's an option for us, that we actually look down that path. I'm not against asking. I think we should ask, but I wonder the value of asking for an operational expense, which will grow. It'll continue to grow, because we'll still be carting water until we eventually get those things on. So I just wonder whether that might be something that we could consider, whether it's in this motion or certainly, and I've looked at the items, as we all have, that we're putting forward in the prioritised projects for resources. Maybe that's an opportunity for us to consider this as more of a top of the pops, to be perfectly honest, considering the importance of healthy potable water, but also a healthy environment for sewerage.
If I can respond to that, Chair.
Okay.
I think that this would just be at a minimum, and I agree with you on the likelihood of success for projects that aren't in our budget and all of those things that run counter to good planning, which makes us all scratch our heads. But I don't think that this would preclude us from having those very important conversations as well, because you're right, we are facing a lot of very steep costs across this part of the business.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to remind councillors sitting around this table that the issues with Clifton's water supply hasn't just bobbed up since amalgamation. It's been there well over 20 years. And successive state governments have been asked for help over all that time. So as Councillor Summerfield says, not an issue of water supply, it's an issue of nitrates in the water. And, you know, when we're talking about this, we need to remember that. It's not just a fact that it's just bobbed up since the days of Toowoomba Regional Council or just in the last 4 years. We've gone to the community down there many times over that 12 years of amalgamation and asked for information on bores that may well get around that. Now we have one, but it's not an issue that's just come up. It's been around, I know, of about 23, 24 years. Maybe it's even longer than that.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think it's an issue about whether Southern Downs received assistance or not, or whether they were worthy of receiving that. We need to think about our community, and there is no doubt that Southern Downs needed that funds, but our community needs the support, and it's about our community. And I don't believe that making an approach should jeopardise any relationships. We as a local government authority, and we as people around this table, have been put here so that we can support our community, and to support our community means that we lobby government for more funds. And again, what's the worst thing that can be said? No. And yes, we've had no 3 times, we've had no 4 times. That should not preclude us from going again and saying, we need these funds. We need to support our community, and that's what this is about. Thank you.
Just to comment, and probably trying to keep it as broad but different. The last sentence, Councillor Vonoff, just where it says requesting, after that it says financial relief for ongoing water carting costs to Clifton. Not only water, we've got wastewater issues as well, but water carting issues, Clifton, have been borne by ratepayers, noting the amount is. I just wonder whether we couldn't just be broader than that and just simply say requesting financial assistance to solve the urgent potable and wastewater issues in Clifton. So it could open the opportunity for operational or capital expense.
or capital support?
I have no problem with that, and perhaps we go even wider and say requesting financial assistance, because it'd be good to have some conversations about the other issues that you mentioned earlier. So
and
maybe it's even broader than that.
I guess that's where financial assistance to solve the urgent potable and wastewater issues in Clifton, or, and it probably then covers both areas. And
that's fine.
Leaves
That's
it
fine.
open. Is that reasonable?
Yep.
Financial assistance to solve the urgent potable and wastewater issues in Clifton.
Yep.
You happy with that?
I am.
Well, that
And
makes
can I-
me feel more comfortable, because that gives us look, quite frankly, in my discussions with Glenn Butcher, who I've done my, I've got a deal of respect for. I've done my very best because he's a key player and I have to have a good relationship with. I think he will be more accepting that kind of thing, which tells the same story anyhow, than he would be of a direct amount of money for a thing that he's knocked back, or him and his predecessors have knocked back 3 times. I think broadening the scope gives us a real opportunity. And it's, as I think Councillor Megan said before, honey catches bees better than fly spray or something like that, didn't you? What was that? I made that last bit up, but I'd forgotten. But I think taking that broader approach, and I'll guarantee that I will get Minister Butcher to town when he's going to Goondiwindi to talk to, he's given me a commitment this morning. I said, look, this is critical to us that you come here and have a discussion with us about the broader aspects, and it will be the broader aspects, I assure you, including the matters that you and I have been discussing that you think may not get on the table before, 24 or something, is it 23 or 24? Yeah, I think those sort of things all need to be on the table, because this is a critical issue, and naturally we're looking after Clifton here, but we need to make sure we cover the broader thing. Councillor Tim and then Councillor Nancy, and then...
Thanks, Councillor Jeff, for the alterations there. Just wanting your opinion, Mayor, if this meeting's already happening here in September, in your opinion, is this motion necessary?
Oh, well, I'm not too worried. I'm just, I think it does send a message that we want to see him. I was concerned about that specific item and concentrating on the one that we've been knocked back a number of times, but now that we've broadened it, I'm pretty comfortable to take, to certainly, I now have a connection with his new Chief of Staff, and I'll be making the phone call the moment I leave here. Councillor Summerfield, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I'd like to second that motion if I could, but I just wanted to explain something. We were talking earlier about the bees and the honey and the vinegar and
Fly spray.
And some processes and whatever, but some councillors haven't been around the table, I don't think, when previously we've done delegations, and this is the process that you follow when you're wanting to do a delegation to a minister. You put it through a council meeting, so it's quite standard procedure to do what we're doing. It's not something that's sort of trying to poke the bear or anything else. It's just a process for council to follow. So I'm happy to second that, thank you.
Okay, moved by Councillor Von Hoff, seconded by Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Rebecca, you put your hand up there before. You're right.
I was going to sum up when I get the opportunity.
I'll just take a couple more and then you can sum up. Councillor Shine?
Yeah, I was just wondering...
Somebody else had their hand up.
Bearing in mind how the discussion is going and the amendments made, would the mover and seconder be also prepared to delete "and the Honourable Anastasia Palisade, Premier and Minister for Trade"? Because it really is now talking about meeting with Minister Butcher, isn't it, in a couple of weeks' time here. That would take away any suggestion that we're grandstanding or anything of that nature.
It's not grandstanding.
Well, some people would interpret it that way. Yes.
Through you, Chair.
Councillor Von Hoff, if you can just...
I'm reluctant to do that because the point of including the Premier is that I personally have been involved in numerous conversations, the Mayor's been involved with numerous conversations with Minister Butcher, and this is about representing our community to the people at the state government who are in a position to make the decisions on the financial funding for us. So It's about taking a slightly different approach, because we've tried one way and it hasn't been successful.
Okay. Any other comments around the room? Can I say I'm comfortable with where we've got to in terms of the intent of the motion, and I think at least we should get a letter back from the Premier, which would indicate that most likely that she's talking to the Water Minister about it. And I think that's important that we work with all levels. So we have a mover, we have a seconder. Do you wish to any further summing up, Councillor?
Thank you. Yes, I will. I'll just state a few things. So we have tried a particular direction, and that hasn't been successful. And this isn't about megaphone diplomacy. It's actually just about, we've tried one way on multiple occasions. It hasn't worked. Let's try something slightly different. And I'm honestly, why does it have to be so hard, councillors? Why does everything have to be so hard? This is just about our representation of our community, and I will remind councillors that our declaration of office is to the residents of Toowoomba Regional Council. And it is not fair that Toowoomba Regional Council makes itself so small as to not ask for what we would like financially from the state government. We will have, hopefully, the Minister Butcher here in September, and then those conversations can unfold. That'll be great. But I don't think that this has to be an either or. This is a both and this is what the residents of our region expect from us. And I just really urge you to not make this so hard and just support. We're only approaching the state government to represent our region, because those costs in Clifton have been borne by residents across the entire Toowoomba regional area. And what have we got to lose? Absolutely nothing. We might get told no, but that's exactly where we are now. We've got nothing to lose and everything to gain, and it's worth a shot.
Thank you. That sums up, that concludes the debate. And the motion is before you. And the bit in yellow is the added bit, I guess, and there was some taken out in terms of specifics around the 1.8 million. Okay. It's been moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Nancy. Those in favour? It's carried. Those against? Wish to have your vote recorded? Yes. Motion's carried. We move then to item 15, which is any other business. Council will determine by resolution to be included in the agenda today. Anybody with any of that to come forward? If not, councillors, do you wish to have a brief comfort stop, or would you like to just keep ploughing on? Sorry? Stop for a few minutes? Someone like to move an adjournment, please? Councillor Nancy and Councillor Melissa have moved. Those in favour? It's carried. You're right to go, you heard it? Right. Councillor Carroll has moved it, Councillor Tim has seconded that. Those in favour? Okay, cameras off, please. Brendan, just give us a signal, please, when you're right to go. We'll go back to item 17, which is the, you're right there, Brendan? Yep. Is the prioritised projects for Resources Community Infrastructure Fund. Do I have a mover? Councillor McDonald and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 18, Service Delivery and Sustainability Recommendation, the establishment of a new branch. Right. Do I have a mover?
Happy to move.
Councillor McDonald, Councillor Megan. Those in favour? Those in favour? Those against? Wish to have your votes recorded?
Yep.
Councillor Melissa Taylor, Councillor Nancy Summerfield and Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff. Voted against, the balance in favour. Motion is carried. We move then to the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. Someone like to move the receipt of that, please? Councillor Megan, Councillor Tim. Those in favour? It's carried. Anyone against? No. Appointment of the Chairman of the Board, Surat Basin Enterprise. It's item 6.2 originally. The motion will be before you. Those in favour? Oh, move it, please. You've done a couple. Councillor Bill, you moved. Councillor Jeff? Councillor Bill seconded. Those, okay, Councillor McDonald moved, Councillor Bill seconded. It's a long day. Those in favour? That's carried. Okay, meeting closed.